There's a story from Moscow, told and retold in the margins of Soviet psychology journals, about a young newspaper reporter who walked into his editor's office one winter morning in the mid-1920s expecting to be fired. His editor, a serious man who ran his staff meetings with the severity of a small war, had noticed something unacceptable. During the morning briefings, while every other reporter scribbled frantically into their notebooks, addresses, names, deadlines, the long Russian patronymics of officials whose spelling nobody could quite agree on, this one particular reporter, Solomon Cherishevsky, sat with his hands folded, looking pleasantly attentive and writing nothing down at all. The editor had called him in to explain himself. What happened next, according to Alexander Luria, the neuropsychologist who would come to study Cherishevsky for the next 30 years of his life, did not go the way the editor expected. Cherishevsky, standing in the office, was asked, a little coldly, to account for his negligence, and so he did. He repeated, word for word, every assignment from that morning's meeting, then the one before it, then the one before that. He recited addresses he had never written down, phone numbers he had heard once and never thought about again, the full text of directives that had been read aloud weeks earlier. When he was finished, the editor stared at him for a long moment and said quietly, "You should probably go and see a doctor." That sentence, "You should probably go and see a doctor," is where the story of modern memory research, in a certain sense, begins. Because what Cherishevsky had, what would take Luria 3 decades to document and another 50 years for the rest of neuroscience to understand, was something no one had ever imagined a human being could have. He could not forget anything. Not the assignments of that morning or of any morning. Not the words of a poem he had been shown once, in a language he did not speak years earlier. Not the exact shade of the coat Luria had worn the first time they met in 1929, a detail he could recite without prompting 16 years later, in 1945, sitting in a different room, in a different city, in the middle of a test designed to catch him out. His mind held everything with an uncanny evenness, the way a still lake holds the reflection of a sky. Nothing disturbed, nothing settling, nothing rising to the surface as more important than anything else. And Luria, watching him across 30 years of conversations, slowly came to see that this was not a gift. Cherishevsky could not read poetry. The first line would bloom into an image so vivid that the second line, arriving half a second later with its own image, would contradict the first, and the third would contradict the second, and the poem would dissolve into a crowd of pictures that refused to settle into meaning. He could not understand metaphor. His wife had to explain to him patiently what the phrase "nothing at all" was supposed to mean. It was not nothing. It was a word. And how could a word mean the absence of itself? He could not follow an abstract argument. Every word arrived for him with its full sensory freight. Numbers had personalities, sounds had colors. The voice of an ice cream vendor, one afternoon, produced in his mouth the sudden taste of black cinders, and he could not bring himself to buy the ice cream. He wrote about these experiences the way a man writes about weather, with the flat resignation of someone describing something he cannot turn off. Eventually, Luria tells us, Cherishevsky began to try to forget, deliberately. He would write a piece of information down on a small scrap of paper, and then he would set the paper on fire and watch the letters curl and blacken in the hope that the memory of them might curl and blacken too. It didn't work. He could still see the words in the cinders. He could still see them a year later when he tried to remember what he had been trying to forget. He left journalism. He became a professional mnemonist, performing feats of memorization on stage for money, a job he never seemed to enjoy. Later, he drove a taxi in Moscow. The last years of his life are not well documented. He faded out of the record, as Luria puts it, like a figure walking into fog. Cherishevsky is not the only person this has happened to. He is just the first one that was carefully written down. Almost 100 years later, a woman in California named Jill Price sent an email to a neuroscientist at the University of California, Irvine, that began with a sentence nearly identical to what Shereshevsky had said at the end of his life. "My memory," she wrote, "is non-stop, uncontrollable, and totally exhausting." Her case, when it was finally published in 2006 in a journal called Neuroscience, opened the door on a small, strange population of human beings, fewer than 100 verified cases in the world, even now, who remember their lives with a completeness that the rest of us do not have, and who are, almost without exception, in some form of quiet pain because of it. The story of forgetting is really a story about the shape of the human mind, and one of the things this story is going to ask you to consider over the next 2.5 hours is an idea that sounds simple but tends to resist the first few times you encounter it. Forgetting is not the opposite of remembering. Forgetting is not what happens when remembering breaks down. Forgetting is part of how remembering works. You are not a recorder whose tapes are slowly deteriorating with age. You are a vastly more sophisticated thing, an editor, awake and asleep, always at work, always deciding without your conscious permission which pieces of your life are going to stay and which are going to quietly disappear into the dark behind your eyes. And the way the editor decides is the subject of everything we are about to explore. The chemistry, the cells, the specific structures inside your skull whose job is to weaken old connections so that new ones have room to form. The moment, sometime tonight, while you sleep, when a whole class of immune cells in your brain will go walking among your synapses and make choices about which of them to preserve and which to prune back. The experiments now widely replicated, showing that a perfectly sincere person can be brought to remember, in detail, a childhood event that never occurred. The paradox, known since the 19th century but still not fully explained, that the more often you recall a memory, the less faithful to the original that memory tends to become. The evolutionary puzzle of why this system, which looks from the outside like a design flaw, has been conserved across every species that has ever been studied, from the fruit fly on up. There is an observation made by the philosopher and psychologist William James, written in 1890, that has sat in the background of memory research for 135 years, quoted often, examined rarely. If we could recall everything, James wrote, we would be as incapacitated as if we could not recall at all. He meant it as a thought experiment. He did not know then that there were people in whom the experiment was being run, not as metaphor, but as biography. Shereshevsky proved him right by living out the first half of the sentence. The patients we will meet later in this story, whose hippocampi have been damaged by injury or disease, prove the second. The rest of us live unknowingly in the thin corridor of balance between those two extremes. A corridor maintained, every night, by a process we do not experience and cannot control. Before we go further into that corridor, I want to say what this next couple of hours is and is not going to try to do. It is not going to offer you ways to improve your memory. There are plenty of places you can find that. It is not going to tell you that forgetting is something to be feared or something to be embraced. Either of those stances is a cartoon of the real thing. What it is going to do is walk slowly through the science of how the human brain decides what to lose, and to let the implications of that science settle in their own time. If you find this useful, or if the questions it raises stay with you in the next few days, I'd be grateful if you'd subscribe to the channel. It helps more than the number on the screen suggests. And in the comments, if you feel like writing something, I'm genuinely curious about this. What is one memory you would give almost anything to forget, and one you're afraid to lose? The pair of them together, side by side, is a small window into the thing we are about to examine. The first pieces of that examination are already in front of us. Shereshevsky, the man who could not throw anything away. Jill Price, the woman who described her own memory as a movie reel that would not stop. 100-year gap between them, and the same sentence in both of their mouths. The question of what these two people can tell us about the rest of us, the ones whose forgetting is so natural we never think to notice it, is where this next hour is going to begin. Because right now, as you listen, your hippocampus is already making tonight's choices. Some of the sentences I've just said are going to be gone by morning. Some of the images in those sentences, perhaps the ice cream vendor in the Moscow street, perhaps the small scrap of paper curling in the flame, will still be with you tomorrow. Which ones? You don't get to decide. You never did. The editor inside you is at work quietly while I'm speaking. You're listening to a story about it, and you are doing it at the same time. Sleep won't be far off tonight. When it comes, it will feel like nothing in particular, a softening of the lights, a slowing of the breath. But what's going to happen during that softening is the same thing Shereshevsky could never do, the same thing Jill Price does every night without relief, the same thing you have done without noticing every night of your life. Your brain is going to start letting go. That's where we are going next. In the late spring of 2000, a neuroscientist named James McGaw at the University of California, Irvine, sat down at his desk to go through the morning's mail, the way he had done every working day for the better part of 4 decades, and found, waiting for him among the usual manuscripts and grant letters, a message from a woman he had never heard of, asking for help with a problem he had never encountered in his professional life. The woman's name was Jill Price. She was 34 years old, worked in private schools in the Los Angeles area, and lived a life that, on the surface, looked nothing like the life of a person about to walk into the scientific literature. She was not a patient in the clinical sense. She had no head injury, no history of neurological illness, no family history of anything unusual. She had simply decided, after years of trying and failing to explain to other people what was wrong with her, to write to someone who might believe her. Her email, when McGaw read it, opened with a sentence that he would later say he reread 3 times before letting himself understand what it was describing. "I have a problem with my memory," she wrote. "Whenever I see a date flash on the television, I automatically go back to that day and remember where I was, what I was doing, what day it fell on, and on and on and on. It is non-stop, uncontrollable, and totally exhausting." The email continued for several paragraphs. It described a mind that could not stop retrieving its own past. It described a woman who, when she heard the date August 29th, was instantly returned to August 29th of 1980 and 1985 and 1992 and every August 29th she had lived through since childhood, not as vague impressions, but as the full sensory presence of those days. The weather and the clothes and the conversations and the television commercials playing in the background of rooms she had walked through 30 years earlier. The retrieval was not something she did on purpose. It arrived without her asking, and once it arrived, she could not turn it off, and the only way she had found to live with it was to try not to notice it, the way a person in a loud city learns not to notice traffic. McGaw, who had spent his career studying memory in laboratory rats and had published some of the foundational work on how emotional arousal strengthens the long-term storage of events, did not initially believe her. That is worth saying clearly because it matters to how the story unfolded. He thought at first that she was confused about what she was experiencing, or that she was presenting a garden variety form of rumination with a dramatic surface. The phenomenon she was describing did not fit any category in the clinical literature. It was not photographic memory, which, properly tested, does not exist in adults in any reliable form. It was not the trained recall of memory champions who use elaborate mnemonic systems and can be tripped up the moment you ask them something outside their practiced domain. It was something else, and McGaw's first instinct was the correct scientific one, which is to suspect the claim. So he tested her, then he tested her again. The tests went on in various forms for the better part of 5 years before the first paper was published. He would give her a date at random, a Tuesday in March of 1986, a Saturday in October of 1979. And she would tell him, without pausing, what day of the week it was, what she had been doing, what was in the news, what the weather had been like in Los Angeles that afternoon. Her accuracy was cross-checked against diaries she had kept since adolescence, against newspaper archives, against historical almanacs. The match rate was something the literature had no vocabulary for. When she was asked to recall, from memory alone, on which date each Easter had fallen between 1980 and 2003, she got 23 of the 24 correct, repeatedly in sessions separated by years. Her recall of her own life was, as nearly as could be determined with the tools available, essentially complete from the age of 14 forward. When McGaw and his colleagues Elizabeth Parker and Larry Cahill finally published their report in 2006 in the journal Neuroscience, they used the name AJ to preserve her anonymity, and they coined a term for what she had. They called it hypothymesia, from the Greek word for remembering, with the prefix meaning excessive. The term has since been largely replaced in the scientific literature by the less clinical phrase highly superior autobiographical memory, but the original word is the one that caught hold in the popular imagination, and it is the more honest of the two because it names the thing for what it is. Too much. Not better, not enhanced. Too much. Since Jill Price's case was published, fewer than 100 people worldwide have been verified, across careful and repeated testing, to have the same condition. The actual number is probably somewhere between 50 and 80, depending on which laboratory's criteria you accept. Most of them were identified because they contacted researchers after reading about Price, the way people with rare conditions tend to find each other when one of them finally gets a name. They share certain traits, a tendency toward obsessive organizing habits, a history of keeping detailed diaries from childhood, a kind of fine-grained attentiveness to dates and temporal structure. Brain imaging has turned up some consistent findings across the group, though nothing yet that adds up to a confident mechanism. The hippocampus, which is where episodic memory is built in the rest of us, looks in people with hypothymesia essentially ordinary. Its volume is normal, its shape is normal. What is different is a little further forward in a structure called the caudate nucleus, which is slightly enlarged in these individuals, and which, in healthy brains, is part of a circuit involved in habit formation and in the kinds of automatic, repetitive cognitive loops that also show up in obsessive-compulsive disorder. More than one researcher who has spent time with people in this population has observed, carefully and in print, that their condition may be better understood as an obsessive relationship with their own autobiography than as a simple enhancement of memory itself. This is a distinction worth sitting with for a moment. You have at any point in your day the ability to pull up memories of last week. If someone asks you what you did on Monday, you can reconstruct a plausible answer. But you are not, at this moment, actively reliving Monday. Monday is not playing itself in a sensory loop behind your eyes while we speak. The reason Monday is quiet is that your brain, at some point in the last 6 days, decided that the full resolution version of Monday was not worth keeping active and quietly turned the volume down on it. Jill Price's brain does not do this. For her, Mondays do not go quiet. None of them do. The version of Monday from 1983 is as present, sensorily and emotionally, as the version of Monday from last week. When she hears a song she heard at 13, she is, for the duration of that song, 13. When she recalls a slight from 20 years ago, the slight carries its original emotional charge, undiminished by the decades that have passed over it. The phrase she used, in the interviews she gave after her case became public, was that her memory was like a movie reel that never stops. She wrote a book in 2008 called The Woman Who Can't Forget, in which she described what it was like to carry every day of her life with her into the next day. The book is not triumphant. It is not a celebration of a remarkable gift. It is, in long stretches, a description of exhaustion. She spoke often about how difficult it was to be present in any given moment, because the moment was always accompanied by the full archive of everything structurally similar to it that had ever happened to her before. Grief, in her account, did not soften over time. Love lost at 20 still felt, at 40, like love lost 20 minutes ago. Humiliations from middle school arrived with the force of middle school. There was no fading. There was no distance. The landscape of her past had the same emotional resolution as the landscape of her present, and both of them were always there, and neither of them could be turned off. In one of the first interviews she gave, a journalist asked her the question everyone eventually asks, which was whether she would give it up if she could. She said yes. She said she would give it up in an instant. She said she had been asking for a way to give it up for most of her adult life. She said that the thing other people most envied about her was the thing she most wished she did not have. If you are someone who has ever sat through a difficult period of your life and thought, however quietly, that it would be easier to bear if you could just remember it less clearly a few years from now, Jill Price's testimony is telling you something specific. What you are describing, when you wish for that softening, is not a weakness in your memory. It is a feature of it. It is the thing she does not have, and the thing she wishes daily that she did. The slow fogging that comes over your own past, the way the intensity of old pains and old embarrassments loses its edge with the years, the strange kindness by which your 15-year-old self becomes, at 35, a character in a distant story rather than a wound you are still living inside. All of this is work that your brain is doing, actively, on your behalf. It is not sparing you the pain. It is letting the pain lose its grip. There is a difference. The machinery that does this work is what the rest of this documentary is going to explore, piece by piece, from the cells that participate in it, up through the systems that orchestrate them. Some of what we are going to meet will be strange. The prefrontal cortex, for instance, turns out to be running a continuous inhibitory operation that resembles, structurally, the same kind of control you use to stop yourself from acting on an impulse. Only in this case, the thing being stopped is a memory rising toward the surface. Sleep turns out not to be a passive state in which the brain rests, but an active biological period during which specific synaptic connections are weakened on purpose, on a schedule, by mechanisms that are only now beginning to be understood. The immune cells inside your skull, the ones we used to think of as simple janitors, turn out to have a role in sculpting your memory that nobody suspected until the last few years of research. And the memories you do keep, the ones that survive the editing, are less like stored recordings than like scripts that are rewritten, slightly, each time you call them up. A process that has consequences for how much of your own past you can actually be said to know. All of that is ahead. But before any of it makes sense, the central point needs to sit with you a little longer, because it is the point the whole rest of the story depends on. What looks, from the inside, like the failure of memory, the things you can't recall, the names you lose, the afternoons that have slipped away from you without leaving so much as a trace, is almost never a failure. It is an operation. It is something your brain is doing, with considerable precision, to keep you in a state where being a person is still possible. Jill Price knows what the alternative looks like. She has spent her whole adult life inside the alternative. So did Shereshevsky, in his own way, in his own century, in a different language, in a Moscow apartment that Luria sat in during long afternoons, taking notes. The two of them, in the archive of scientific case reports, stand at one end of a corridor. We are going to spend the rest of this story moving carefully down it, toward the other end, where the corridor begins to narrow in a different direction, where memory doesn't flood the system, but starts to leak out of it too quickly, and where the consequences of that leaking are their own kind of loss. Right now, though, somewhere in Southern California, Jill Price is probably awake. She has said, in interviews, that her memory is most active at night, when the day's silence gives her mind room to pull its full archive forward. For her, the hours before sleep are the hours when the past returns most thickly. She has described lying in bed and being unable to stop the playback of a day from 1988 as it unspooled itself in front of her, uninvited, complete in every detail. You, by contrast, are almost certainly drifting. Whatever happened to you today is already, at this hour, beginning to thin out. By morning, most of it will be gone. The thinning is what is allowing the drift. She cannot drift, you can. The mercy of that difference is easy to miss, but it is the difference in the end, between her life and yours. Every night, in every brain like yours, a version of today is being quietly let go of, and in the letting go, the next day is being made possible. Imagine, for a moment, a library that cannot throw anything away. Every book it has ever received is still on its shelves. Every newspaper from every morning of the last 150 years is filed, uncompressed, in its original folio. Every scrap of paper that has ever passed through its doors, every shopping list, every receipt, every misprinted pamphlet, every draft of every letter that anyone has ever dropped on its floor, is catalogued, indexed, stored at full resolution, and treated as equal in importance to every other item in the collection. The librarian cannot tell you which book to read next, because every book, in principle, might be the one you need. The search for any single volume requires walking past every other volume, all of them shouting, none of them privileged. A library like this is not a library. It is an undifferentiated mass of paper. It cannot serve the function a library exists to serve, which is not to hold things, but to hand the right thing to the right person at the right moment. Your brain, if it kept everything, would be this library. The numbers involved are worth saying out loud because they are what make the problem real rather than metaphorical. A human brain contains, by the best current estimates, somewhere around 86 billion neurons. The number used to be quoted as 100 billion, which was a figure that had circulated since the mid-20th century on the authority of nobody in particular, until a Brazilian neuroscientist named Susana Herculano Hausel took the trouble, in 2009, to actually count them. Her method involved dissolving donated human brains into a kind of neural soup and counting the cell nuclei she could isolate from each region. The revised figure, 86 billion, is now the one that appears in the textbooks, and it is the one that belongs in this paragraph. Each of those neurons is connected, on average, to somewhere between 7 and 10,000 others, which gives you a total synaptic count in the range of 100 trillion. The word trillion does not convey much on its own, but one way to think about it is this. If you tried to visit every synapse in your own brain at the rate of 1 per second, without sleeping, without eating, without pausing, you would need about 3 million years. This is the hardware that has to decide, moment by moment, which of today's experiences are worth the metabolic cost of keeping. And the metabolic cost is not trivial. Neurons are, for their size, among the most energy-hungry cells in the human body. Your brain, which accounts for about 2% of your body weight, consumes roughly 20% of your daily energy. The connections between neurons, the synapses, are what do most of the consuming. Every time a memory is strengthened, every time a particular set of synapses is reinforced so that a particular pattern of neural firing becomes easier to reproduce, the cost goes up. The neurons involved need more proteins, more neurotransmitters, more of the molecular machinery that keeps a strong synapse running. A brain that strengthened every connection it had ever formed would quite literally starve itself. So some form of selection has to happen. That much is not controversial. The controversy, the thing that has kept memory researchers busy for the better part of a century, is the question of how the selection is made and where the cost falls when selection fails. Cheryshev is the clearest available window into what failure looks like. Luria, across those 30 years of observation, documented something about his patient that tends to be left out of the popular retellings because it is less dramatic than the feats of memorization, but, in the long run, more important. Cherysheevsky could not think abstractly. He could not, by his own description and by Luria's careful testing, perform the ordinary mental operations that most adults perform without noticing. Categorizing, generalizing, recognizing a metaphor, understanding that a word can stand for a class of things rather than a single specific thing. When Luria asked him to imagine the word nothing, he could not. He insisted that nothing was a word, and that words had to refer to something, and that if nothing referred to something, then it was not nothing, and the whole line of inquiry collapsed into a set of images that refused to cooperate with one another. His wife, in her own later account, described spending an entire evening trying to walk him through the meaning of the phrase. The reason he could not do this, Luria came to believe, was because he could not throw details away. The act of forming a category, the act of recognizing that a sparrow and an eagle and a penguin are all, despite their obvious differences, members of the same general kind of creature, requires you to suppress the differences and attend to the shared structure. It requires a certain amount of deliberate blurring. You have to let the specific feathers of the specific sparrow you saw on Tuesday morning drop out of your representation so that the sparrow becomes interchangeable with other sparrows, and the sparrows become interchangeable at a higher level with other birds. Cherysheevsky's mind would not do the blurring. The specific sparrow remained in all its specificity, and it refused to become a member of a class. And without classes, without the ability to let the specific dissolve into the general, he could not reason about the world in the abstract way that language and mathematics and ordinary conversation require. There is a strange and beautiful doubling here, which I want to pause on for a moment, because it illustrates something about the reach of this problem. In 1942, in Buenos Aires, an Argentine writer named Jorge Luis Borges published a short story called Funes el Memorioso, Funes the Memorious, in the most common English rendering. The story is about a young man named Ireneo Funes, who, after being thrown from a horse and sustaining a head injury, discovers that he can no longer forget anything. Every leaf on every tree he has ever looked at is still available to him, in full detail, whenever he wants to find it. His mind has become, as Borges puts it, an enormous garbage heap, or possibly an enormous gallery, or possibly something that has no equivalent in ordinary human experience because the tools for describing it do not exist in ordinary human language. Funes can remember the exact shape of every cloud he saw on a particular afternoon in 1882. He can also, Borges tells us, barely think. He has difficulty with the concept of a dog because the dog he saw at 3:15 in the afternoon, viewed in profile, does not match, in his mind, the dog he saw at 3:16, viewed from the front, and the idea that these are the same dog, the general category of dog that unites them, is a kind of operation his mind will no longer perform. He ends the story lying in darkness, in a room he cannot leave, because the outside world contains too much for him to process. Borges wrote the story without ever having heard of Cherysheevsky. The case of Cherysheevsky had been described only in Russian, in a handful of papers that were not available outside the Soviet Union at the time. And yet, working from pure literary imagination, Borges arrived at the same clinical picture that Luria was documenting in Moscow in the same decade about a real human being. A fiction and a fact pointing at one another across a distance of languages and political systems they did not know they were crossing. It is one of the more interesting coincidences in the history of thinking about the mind, and it is worth noticing because when the same picture emerges from two independent sources, the picture tends to be telling the truth about something. The truth is this: the ability to think in the sense that human beings mean when they say they are thinking, the ability to hold a concept, to follow an argument, to recognize a similarity across different contexts, to understand a metaphor, to tell a story that compresses a year into a sentence, depends on the prior ability to throw information away. Thought is possible because the grain of experience has been smoothed down into something coarser than experience itself. If the grain stayed fine, if every leaf kept its outline and every dog at 3:15 stayed distinct from the same dog at 3:16, the structures we call concepts would have no surface to catch on. They would pass through the mind without finding anything to attach to, because there would be nothing general in the mind for them to be general about. At this point, though, I have to be honest about something the science has not fully settled. The question of why exactly evolution selected for the level of forgetting that human brains do is not a solved problem. There are several plausible answers, and most memory researchers will tell you that the truth is probably some combination of them, weighted in ways we do not yet know how to measure. One hypothesis is the noise reduction view, that forgetting exists to lower the signal-to-noise ratio inside a memory system that would otherwise drown in trivial detail. Another is the generalization view, that forgetting is the engine of abstraction, the process that lets specifics dissolve into patterns that transfer across situations. A third is the emotional regulation view, which holds that the gradual softening of old pains and fears is part of what makes it possible to keep functioning after difficult experiences, rather than living perpetually inside them. A fourth is the energy view, which points to the sheer metabolic cost of maintaining a saturated synaptic network, and argues that forgetting is simply the cheaper alternative. Each of these hypotheses has experimental support. None of them, on its own, accounts for the full pattern of what forgetting does and when it does it. The honest answer is that we know forgetting is adaptive, and we know it has been conserved across every species careful enough to be studied, from fruit flies to primates. But we do not yet know, in any complete way, what it is adapted for. What we do know is that the alternative is unlivable. Cherysheevsky could not stay in journalism. Funès in the story cannot get out of bed. Jill Price has said directly that she would give up her memory in an instant if there were a way. All three of them, across fiction and fact and across 120 years, are saying the same thing in slightly different vocabularies. The gift that everyone claims to want is the thing the rare people who actually have it spend their lives trying to return. If you pay attention to what your own mind is doing while you listen, you will notice that you cannot recall the exact words of the sentence I said 3 sentences ago. You remember what it meant. You have the meaning. The specific word order, the specific choice of one synonym over another, the particular rhythm of the clauses, those are gone, or nearly gone, already. What is left is the gist. The gist is what you will carry into tomorrow. And the gist is all you actually need, because the gist is what can be used. The exact wording was expensive, and your brain has already stopped paying for it. This is happening in real time, under the sound of my voice. And it is happening well. All over the world tonight, billions of brains are performing this same operation on the events of the day just ended. Most of what happened will be let go of. A small fraction, selected by criteria that none of those brains are aware of applying, will be kept. By morning, the day will have become a summary of itself. The people inside those brains will wake up and have breakfast and walk into the first hours of a new day, carrying with them a version of yesterday that has been stripped down to what was worth carrying, and they will not experience the stripping as a loss. They will experience it as having lived a day. What they lost will not announce itself. It will simply no longer be there, and because it is no longer there, they will be able to take in what the new day brings them. The library does not grieve the paper it recycled. It opens for business in the morning, with shelves that still have room. The machinery that does this work has a history. The first person who ever tried to measure it, working alone in a room in Berlin in the 1880s, used his own mind as the laboratory, and the curve he produced from that year of solitary testing is still, with modern refinements, the curve that governs most of what is known about the rate at which human memory lets the world go. The room was on the upper floor of a building at the University of Berlin, small and plain, with a desk, a chair, a lamp, and a stack of cards that the man sitting at the desk had made himself. The man was 29 years old, had a doctorate in philosophy, and had recently come into possession of an idea that most of his colleagues considered either impossible or not worth pursuing. The idea, which Hermann Ebbinghaus had brought back with him from a used bookshop in London, where he had found a second-hand copy of Gustav Fechner's Elements of Psychophysics, was that the human mind might be measurable in the same way that the human body was measurable. That the loss of memory over time, which every philosopher since Aristotle had treated as fundamentally qualitative, might turn out to follow a curve, a mathematical curve, a shape you could graph on paper. To test the idea, he was going to have to become his own laboratory. The problem with studying memory in other people was that every person arrived at the experiment already full. Their minds were crowded with associations, meanings, personal histories, the accumulated weight of decades of language use. If you asked a subject to memorize a list of common words, bread, mother, river, window, you were not measuring memory itself. You were measuring the collision between memory and everything the subject already knew. Bread called up childhood kitchens. River called up a particular riverbank from a summer the subject remembered. The measurements would be contaminated by meaning in ways that could not be controlled for, because meaning was different for every person, and inconsistent even within the same person over time. Ebbinghaus's solution was severe and, in its way, beautiful. He decided to invent material that could not be contaminated. He would construct syllables, combinations of 3 letters, consonant, vowel, consonant, that had no meaning in any language he knew. Dax, Bup, Zol, Wid, Roth. He assembled them into lists. He generated, over the course of the work, more than 2,300 of these nonsense syllables, writing each one on its own card, careful not to produce any combination that accidentally resembled a German or French or English word, because the accidental resemblance would contaminate the measurement in the same way that real words would. When a syllable looked too close to meaning, he threw it out. Then, alone in the room, sometimes 3 sessions a day, he began to memorize. The procedure he followed, refined across the 7 or so years that the work eventually took, was this. He would take a list of 13 syllables, or 16, or sometimes more, and read them aloud to himself in strict rhythm, using a metronome to keep the pace constant. He would repeat the list, over and over, until he could recite it twice in a row without error. He would note how long this had taken him, or how many repetitions he had needed. And then he would put the list aside and wait for 20 minutes, or an hour, or a day, or a week, or a month, and come back to it and try to relearn it. The measure he used was not whether he could still recite the list after the interval. The measure was how much faster the second learning went than the first. If the first learning had taken, say, 60 repetitions, and the relearning after a day took only 40, then the 20 saved repetitions were a measurement of what remained of the original memory. He called it savings, and savings, expressed as a percentage of the original effort, gave him a number he could plot against time. What came out of the plotting was the curve that has carried his name for nearly 140 years. The numbers, in their original form, are worth hearing because they have turned out to be remarkably stable across a century and a half of replication. At 20 minutes after learning, about 42% of the material was already gone. Savings had dropped, that is, to somewhere around 58% of the original. By an hour later, forgetting had reached roughly 56%. After a full day, about 66% was gone. After 6 days, around 75%. After 31 days, nearly 80%. The steepest portion of the curve was always the first few hours. Most of the forgetting in the life of any given memory happened almost immediately. What was left after the first day tended, from there, to stabilize into a much slower decay, as though a small surviving core of the material had found some way to hold on while the bulk of it slipped away. The curve was an exponential shape, roughly, or depending on which mathematical fit one preferred, a power function, a distinction that would occupy generations of psychologists arguing about whether the difference revealed something about the underlying biology or was simply an artifact of measurement. Ebbinghaus himself, in the 1885 monograph on memory, in which he published the work, fit the data with a logarithmic function. Later researchers would propose other equations. What none of them would dispute was the basic shape, a rapid initial drop, followed by a long, slow tail. The rate of forgetting was not constant, it was front-loaded. In 2015, more than a century after the original experiment, a Dutch cognitive scientist named Jaap Mure, working with a single subject, a graduate student, who committed himself to the same punishing regimen of nonsense syllable memorization that Ebbinghaus had committed himself to in the 1880s, replicated the experiment with modern controls. The subject spent 70 hours over the course of several weeks memorizing and relearning lists, testing himself at the same intervals Ebbinghaus had used. The paper was published in the open-access journal PLOS 1. The replicated curve matched the original curve almost exactly. The rapid initial drop, the long, slow tail, the mathematical shape. 130 years of psychological, neurological, pharmacological, and computational advances, and the curve held. One man alone in a Berlin room, working with cards he had made himself, had plotted something true about the architecture of human memory. It is worth being honest about what the curve shows and what it does not. What it shows is the rate at which information, in the absence of any effort to retain it, fades from accessibility. It does not show, and was never designed to show, why the fading happens. Ebbinghaus, careful methodologist that he was, made no strong claims about mechanism. He measured, he plotted, he left the question of what the brain was actually doing during the interval between learning and testing for other people to work out. And as it turns out, the question has proven considerably harder than the measurement. The curve itself has been reproduced in dozens of studies across different kinds of material, different populations, different decades. The mechanism behind the curve has been the subject of 100 years of argument, and the argument is still, in certain respects, unfinished. There is also a detail about the curve that the textbooks rarely mention, and that turns out to matter. Ebbinghaus, when he examined his own data carefully, noticed that the retention at 24 hours was consistently a little higher than the mathematical fit of his curve predicted. A small bump above the line at the one-day mark. He did not know what to make of it. He was a rigorous man, and he wrote it down honestly as a discrepancy he could not explain, rather than smoothing it out of his published results. He suspected the measurement was reliable but remained uncertain about what was causing the bump, and in the 1885 monograph he left the anomaly in place, unexplained. We now know, 140 years later, what was almost certainly causing it. Between the end of one day and the end of the next, every one of Ebbinghaus's testing sessions involved a night's sleep, and sleep, as the science of the last few decades has made clear, is not an interval in which the brain does nothing. It is an interval in which the brain performs an extensive set of operations on the memories formed during the preceding day, some of which involve the strengthening of connections that the day's learning had begun to form, and some of which involve the deliberate weakening of connections that are not going to be kept. The small bump in Ebbinghaus's data at the 24-hour mark was almost certainly a signature of overnight consolidation, a process he could not have known about, working alone in Berlin, but that was already taking place in his own brain while he slept between testing sessions, tilting the curve upward by a small but real amount at precisely the point where he noticed it. That piece of the story belongs to a different part of this documentary, and we will come to it. For now, what matters is that the curve exists, and that its shape has held across a century of re-examination, and that it tells you something definite about what your own mind is doing with the experiences of this hour. If you are listening to this in the evening, which is probably the case, then the rate at which you are losing the sentences I am speaking is already governed by the shape Ebbinghaus plotted. About 42% of the specific wording of the last 20 minutes of this audio is, at this point, already inaccessible to you. By morning, about 2/3 of it will be gone. By the end of the week, only a small fraction will remain, and what remains will have been compressed into gist, not the exact sentences, but the general sense of what was said. This is not a failure of your attention, and it is not a weakness peculiar to you. It is the shape that memory takes in all human beings who have been tested across every language and every century of the testing. The curve is not something you fall short of. It is something you live inside. The response to the curve, once it was published, took a long time to settle into what it is now. Throughout the late 19th and early 20th centuries, psychologists debated what the curve meant for the theory of forgetting. The dominant view, drawn from the philosophical tradition that Ebbinghaus himself had been trained in, was that forgetting reflected a kind of passive decay, the gradual erosion of memory traces that were no longer being used, analogous to the wearing down of a path through a forest that had been walked less often. This view had the support of common sense and the authority of Aristotle. It was also, as the next several decades of experimental work would demonstrate, almost entirely wrong. What replaced it was not immediately obvious, and the replacement happened slowly, through a series of experiments by researchers who pushed the measurements in directions Ebbinghaus had not anticipated. The arguments between them, which went on for more than half a century, produced a picture of forgetting that was fundamentally different from anything Ebbinghaus or his contemporaries had imagined. It turned out that the shape of the curve was not telling the story most people assumed it was telling. The shape was real. The common interpretation of what the shape meant was wrong. In about 90 minutes, if your sleep follows the usual rhythm, your brain will enter its first REM cycle of the night. During that cycle, and during the slow wave cycles that precede and follow it, the memories you formed today will be sorted through by biological processes you cannot feel and did not consent to. Some of them will be strengthened, their traces made more stable, their access made easier. Others will be selectively weakened, on the way to being lost. The small upward bump in Ebbinghaus's 24-hour data will appear in your own data tomorrow, if anyone were to test you. The signature of a night of editing, performed in silence on material that would otherwise have followed the curve downward without interruption. Tonight is going to do this to the version of today you have just finished living. You will wake up tomorrow and find that today has become something smaller than itself. You will not notice the smaller size. You will simply call it yesterday and move on. What you will not know, as you move on, is which pieces were kept and which were lost, and whether the pieces that were kept are the ones you would have chosen to keep if anyone had asked you. The question of how the brain makes that choice, of what it uses as its criterion, and where in the skull the choosing happens, is one that the work of Ebbinghaus did not begin to approach, because the methods available to him could not see inside the head at all. The methods came later, and when they arrived, what they revealed was a system considerably stranger than anyone in the Berlin room could have guessed. What actually happens in the interval between learning something and failing to remember it? Ebbinghaus had measured the shape of forgetting with extraordinary precision, but the curve itself was silent on the matter of cause. The information was there at the start of the interval, and much of it was gone by the end, and something had occurred in the gap. The question of what that something was, whether it was a process the brain performed or an absence of process or a contest between processes, became the central problem of memory research for the better part of the 20th century. And the answer, when it eventually settled into something like a consensus, turned out to overturn a belief so old and so intuitive that almost every person who has ever thought about forgetting has quietly assumed it to be true. The old belief was straightforward. It was the belief that memories fade because time passes, that the passage of time all by itself is the agent of loss. The view had been formalized in 1914 by an American psychologist named Edward Thorndike in a principle he called the law of disuse. The principle stated, plainly, that when a connection in the mind was not used, it grew weaker, and that the weakening was a function of time alone. Leave a memory alone long enough, and it would quietly erode the way a footpath through a field disappears if nobody walks it. The analogy was appealing, and it fit what introspection seemed to say about the nature of forgetting. You learned someone's name at a party, you did not think about it for 6 months, and when you ran into them again, you could not retrieve the name. The obvious explanation was that the name had faded through lack of use. Thorndike gave the obvious explanation a name and a shape and a theoretical justification, and for nearly 20 years it was the standard account. In 1932, a psychologist named John McGeoch published a paper that took the law of disuse apart, with a precision that is still remarkable to read. The paper was titled Forgetting and the Law of Disuse, and it appeared in the Psychological Review, and it was, in its quiet way, a demolition job. McGeoch's central argument ran like this: if time alone were the agent of forgetting, then two people who had learned the same material and waited the same length of time before being tested should show the same amount of loss. What people did during the interval should not matter, because time would be ticking at the same rate for both of them. The hypothesis had the great scientific virtue of being testable, and when it was tested, as it had been by this point in a series of experiments by different investigators going back to the First World War, the prediction failed. People who spent the retention interval engaged in active mental work forgot considerably more than people who spent the interval resting. People who spent the interval asleep forgot almost nothing at all. The experiment that is usually cited in this connection had been performed in 1924 by two researchers at Cornell named John Jenkins and Carl Dallenbach, who had their subjects learn lists of syllables and then either go about their normal waking activities or go to bed. After 8 hours, both groups were tested. The sleeping group retained roughly twice as much as the waking group. The time interval was identical. What differed was what happened in the interval. And what happened in the interval, not the passage of time, was determining the rate of loss. For anyone who had been trained to think of forgetting as a kind of slow evaporation, this was a genuinely disorienting finding. The amount forgotten depended on what you did, not on how long you waited. Forgetting was not a passive process. It was, at least in part, something being caused by the competition between the memory you had just formed and the memories that were forming on top of it. McGeoch proposed a replacement for the law of disuse. He called it interference theory. The idea was that memories exist in a kind of crowded marketplace, each of them associated with certain cues, and when two memories become attached to similar cues, they compete for retrieval. The more recent memory typically wins, and the older one becomes harder to reach, not because it has faded in any absolute sense, but because something newer has taken the same shelf. The analogy McGeoch used was closer to radio interference than to a footpath. Two stations broadcasting on adjacent frequencies would interfere with one another, and the quality of reception for either station would depend on the other's output, not on the absolute strength of the signal. This reframing did something that the law of disuse could not do. It explained why the details of a day's experience affected how much of the previous day remained accessible. It explained why students who studied similar material back-to-back tended to remember less of either than students who studied the same material with a break between. It explained why you couldn't remember where you parked your car today, not because the memory of today's parking space had faded, but because yesterday's parking space and the day before's were all competing for the same retrieval cue, the cue being where I parked. The theory had two versions, and the distinction between them turned out to matter. Retroactive interference was when new learning disrupted the retrieval of older material, the classic case of yesterday's parking space being buried under today's. Proactive interference was the reverse direction, in which older learning disrupted the retrieval of newer material. You had been using the same masking email password for 3 years, and when you finally changed it to something new, the old password kept surfacing whenever you tried to log in, blocking access to the new one. Both directions of interference were real, and both were measurable, and both contributed to the total amount of forgetting observed in any given interval. For about 2 decades, retroactive interference was assumed to be the larger of the two effects. Most of the experimental work focused there. The field was settled enough that by the mid-1950s, undergraduate textbooks were teaching retroactive interference as the dominant cause of ordinary forgetting, and the law of disuse was treated as a historical curiosity that had been replaced by something better. Then, in 1957, another psychologist did to interference theory what McGeoch had done to the law of disuse. His name was Benton Underwood, and the paper he published that year in the Psychological Review was titled simply Interference and Forgetting. The argument was subtle and, when it landed, severely destabilizing. Underwood noticed something about the accumulated literature on forgetting that nobody had noticed before. Most of the experiments on interference used subjects who had been trained across many sessions on many different lists of the kind Ebbinghaus had used: nonsense syllables, paired associates, long sequences of material. Subjects in these studies were, by the time they participated in any given experiment, veterans of dozens of earlier lists. Underwood went back and reanalyzed the data. He plotted the amount of forgetting shown by each subject against the number of prior lists that subject had learned. And what he found was that the amount of forgetting on any given list was almost entirely predicted by how many earlier lists the subject had memorized. People who were learning their first list forgot very little. People who had memorized 15 or 20 prior lists forgot enormous amounts. The curve Ebbinghaus had plotted, in other words, was not primarily a measurement of memory decay. It was a measurement of how much the lists Ebbinghaus had memorized before were interfering with his ability to remember the lists he was memorizing now. The forgetting he was seeing was overwhelmingly proactive interference, not retroactive. The old was burying the new, not the other way around. And because Ebbinghaus had been using himself as his subject for years before producing the famous curve, his data was saturated with the effects of everything he had already learned. This was an uncomfortable finding for the field. The forgetting curve, which had been treated for 70 years as a clean measurement of how memory decays over time, turned out to be mostly a measurement of something else entirely. The shape was real, the loss was real, but the cause was not what the original interpretation had said it was. Ebbinghaus's own cumulative history of memorization was silently driving most of what he had been plotting. The curve was a portrait not of memory's decay, but of memory's interference with itself. Here is something worth sitting with, because it has consequences that reach outside the laboratory. There is a phrase that circulates in ordinary English: time heals all wounds. It is the kind of saying that sounds profound and that people tell each other when nothing else can be said. And like many sayings of its kind, it contains a grain of truth nested inside a mistake. The mistake is the attribution of the healing to time itself. What Underwood and his generation of researchers established, and what a century of subsequent work has only reinforced, is that time is not the agent. Time is the medium in which other things happen. What heals wounds is not the hours elapsed between the wound and the present moment, but the experiences that fill those hours, the new attachments, the new contexts, the new associations that compete with the old ones, and quietly, through the ordinary mechanisms of interference, make the old ones harder to reach. A person who sits still for a year Rehearsing a loss without taking in anything else does not heal. A person who lives actively through the same year, who forms new memories, new routines, new frames of reference, finds that the old loss has receded, not because time has done the work, but because new material has grown in around it. This is a more honest picture of what happens to grief and to embarrassment and to the 1,000 small pains that accumulate in a life. They are not worn down by the clock. They are crowded out by everything that comes after them. The softening is the work of interference, and the speed of the softening depends on how much living gets done in the interval. None of this would have been visible to Ebbinghaus alone in his room, using himself as the laboratory and treating the gaps between testing sessions as neutral intervals. He had produced a curve that contained, embedded within it, 3 separate phenomena: genuine decay, retroactive interference, and proactive interference, that the methods available to him could not separate. It took the better part of a century and the work of dozens of investigators to tease the 3 apart, and to understand that the dominant contributor to ordinary human forgetting was almost certainly the 3rd one. The one Ebbinghaus had no way of suspecting was present, because it was coming from the memorized lists he himself had piled up in his own mind over the years of the work. What neither Ebbinghaus nor McGeoch nor Underwood could see, of course, was what was happening inside the head during the interval. The specific cellular processes by which new synaptic connections were forming and old ones were being pruned, the specific brain regions involved in coordinating the competition between old and new memories, the specific role of certain kinds of cells that nobody in the first half of the 20th century had seriously considered as participants in memory at all. The tools for seeing these things did not arrive until much later. When they did, they revealed that even interference theory, elegant as it was, had been describing only one layer of a considerably deeper structure. The brain was not simply a marketplace of competing memories. It was a marketplace with active managers, and the managers had agendas. Tonight, while you sleep, the managers are going to be particularly busy. The slow wave period that dominates the early hours of your night is when most of the sorting happens. The quiet weakening of connections that are not going to be kept, the strengthening of the few that are. The lists you carry with you into sleep are long. Most of today's conversations, most of the images you saw, most of the small decisions you made between waking and lying down, all of them are candidates for pruning, and most of them will lose the competition to material that your brain has already decided matters more. You will not feel the loss. The managers do not send you a report in the morning. You will simply wake up lighter than you were when you fell asleep, and the lightness will feel like rest, when in fact it is the aftermath of a long and careful culling performed in the dark by a part of you that you do not have conscious access to and have no say in. The question of who those managers are and how they make their decisions is where the story begins to get genuinely strange. Because it turns out that a large part of the answer involves a structure at the front of your brain whose job, for most of the last 100 years, was thought to be something else entirely. A woman is sitting in a small room at the MRC Cognition and Brain Sciences unit in Cambridge, England, with her head inside the bore of a magnetic resonance scanner. She has been looking at pairs of words for the last half hour. Words like ordeal paired with words like roach, simple enough pairings, 20 or 30 of them, memorized until she can produce the second word the moment she sees the first. Now the test phase has begun. The cue word flashes onto the small screen positioned above her face. Sometimes a green border appears around it, which means she is supposed to bring the paired word to mind as vividly as she can. Sometimes a red border appears, which means something different. When the red border appears around ordeal, her job is to keep roach out of her awareness. Not to think of something else instead, not to substitute a safer word, just to refuse, for the 4 seconds that the cue remains on the screen, to let the associated memory rise into consciousness. This was the procedure that Michael Anderson and his collaborator Colin Green described in a paper published in the journal Nature in March of 2001, and it became, over the next 20 years, the foundation of one of the more consequential revisions in the modern science of memory. What they were doing, under the deliberately neutral name of the think/no-think paradigm, was asking a simple question that had never been asked quite this way before. If you deliberately refuse to let a memory surface over and over across many trials, does the memory get weaker, or does the refusal leave no trace at all? The answer turned out to be unambiguous. When the participants were finally tested, after hundreds of such trials, on their ability to recall the full list of word pairs, the items they had been instructed to suppress were retrieved less reliably than the items they had been instructed to recall, and, more strikingly, less reliably even than items they had never practiced at all. The act of deliberately refusing to think of something had done something to the memory. It had weakened it, not erased it in any final sense, but measurably, repeatedly, reliably weakened it to a degree that could not be explained by the simple absence of rehearsal. The result, in its initial form, was controversial. Psychology had spent most of the 20th century trying to disentangle itself from the Freudian idea of repression, which had held, in its most influential versions, that unwelcome memories could be banished into the unconscious through a process the patient themselves did not control and could not witness. By the end of the 20th century, laboratory psychology had largely concluded that there was no good experimental evidence for anything like Freudian repression, and the whole notion had become disreputable in serious research circles. Anderson's findings sat uncomfortably close to the old rejected territory. People were refusing to retrieve memories, and the memories were becoming less retrievable as a result. The resemblance to repression was close enough that the paper had to be defended, repeatedly and carefully, against the charge that it was reviving a discredited idea under new clothes. What the defense amounted to, and what the subsequent 2 decades of research would establish beyond reasonable dispute, was that the phenomenon Anderson had measured was not Freudian repression. It was something mechanistically different, something describable in concrete terms, something with a specific neural signature that could be imaged and replicated and perturbed in ways that a Freudian process, by definition, could not be. Repression, in Freud's account, was a dynamic unconscious operation, invisible to the person performing it, driven by defensive motives, and manifesting through symptoms rather than through direct measurable suppression of the material. What Anderson had found was the opposite of all 4 of those things. His participants knew they were suppressing. They did it on command. The suppression was effortful, conscious, and produced a measurable weakening of the target memory that did not require any of Freud's theoretical machinery to explain. The machinery it did require came into view when the scanner was turned on. In the fMRI version of the experiment, which Anderson's group published in Science in 2004, the neural pattern during suppression trials was consistent and specific. When participants were actively refusing to retrieve a memory during those 4 seconds when the red border sat around the cue word, a region in the right lateral prefrontal cortex increased its activity. At the same time, activity in the hippocampus, which is where episodic memories are encoded and from which they are ordinarily retrieved, decreased. The 2 effects were linked. The stronger the prefrontal activation in any given participant, the greater the subsequent memory impairment for the items that had been suppressed during those trials. Not a correlation in the weak statistical sense. A tight, reproducible, dose-dependent relationship. The prefrontal cortex was acting on the hippocampus, turning its memory retrieval function down, and the size of the down regulation was predicting how much of the targeted material the person would later fail to recall. This was, in its way, the first direct neural evidence of an active forgetting mechanism in the human brain. Not a passive decay, not a competition between memory traces, something the brain was doing to its own memories from the top down by deliberate executive control. The structural parallel to motor control is worth pausing on because it is what makes the finding make sense. The right lateral prefrontal cortex had been known for decades to be involved in a different kind of inhibition, the inhibition of motor actions. If you are about to reach for a coffee cup and you suddenly notice that the cup is hot, the process by which you halt your hand mid-motion is mediated, substantially, by the same prefrontal region that Anderson's scans were lighting up during memory suppression. The act of stopping a movement and the act of stopping a thought were turning out to share neural machinery. They were, in some deep functional sense, the same kind of operation performed on different targets. You use the same cortical circuit to keep your hand from touching a hot stove and to keep a particular memory from reaching the surface of your awareness. Something needs to be said here, as honestly as I can say it, because the popular version of this finding gets it subtly wrong in ways that matter. The popular version, which has circulated in self-help books and wellness columns for the last 15 years, tends to present Anderson's research as evidence that we can simply will ourselves to forget things we'd rather not remember. Bad memories, the popular version implies, can be weakened by not thinking about them, and the science is there to back it up. This is not quite false, but it is the kind of simplification that causes trouble in both directions. What the research actually shows is considerably more restrained. The memories suppressed in Anderson's laboratory are, in most of the experiments, emotionally neutral items, word pairs, face pairs, picture pairs, carefully chosen to be free of personal charge. The suppression that works reliably in the scanner is effortful, repeated across many trials, and produces effect sizes that are real but modest. None of this amounts to a technique for voluntarily erasing traumatic memory. When the paradigm has been tested with genuinely emotional material, and it has been in several studies, including work with participants who have survived terrorist attacks, the suppression still occurs. But it occurs through mechanisms that are partially similar and partially different, and the clinical implications are still being worked out. The honest statement is that the brain has a system for actively weakening memories. It does not want to surface, and the system is real and measurable and shared with the system for stopping physical movements. And what we do not yet know is how well the system can be deliberately trained, or what its limits are, or what happens when it is overworked. We do know that the system can fail. In participants with post-traumatic stress disorder, the prefrontal suppression response is measurably weaker than in healthy controls. Unwanted memories surface, despite the person's efforts to keep them down, and the neural signature of the effort is muted in precisely the region Anderson had identified. The same muting appears in major depression, in obsessive-compulsive disorder, in chronic anxiety. These are not incidental findings. They suggest that a considerable part of what makes certain mental illnesses feel the way they feel is a failure of a specific prefrontal mechanism, the one that, in a healthy brain, is quietly dampening the intrusion of material that does not need to be present right now. When the dampening works, you do not notice it, because the memories it is holding down never reach you. When it fails, your own past starts arriving in the room uninvited, and you have no obvious way to stop it. There is a particular moment in the laboratory work that I find difficult to read without pausing because of what it implies about ordinary life. Anderson's group discovered, in follow-up experiments across the 2000s and 10s, that the suppression mechanism does not simply dampen the hippocampus during the 4 seconds of active refusal. It leaves a temporary shadow. During a brief window surrounding each suppression attempt, measured in seconds to minutes, other unrelated memories that happen to be active in the hippocampus at the same time as the suppression, show their own reduced retrievability later. Any memory forming or being retrieved in proximity to the act of suppression gets caught in the dampening field and weakened along with the intended target. The brain, in other words, is not stopping one memory with surgical precision. It is turning down the entire local volume of a region, and whatever is happening in that region during the moment of down-regulation pays part of the cost. Consider what this means about the texture of a day lived by a person who is frequently pushing away unwelcome thoughts. Every time the push happens, something else in the vicinity gets quietly diminished. A person who spends significant amounts of their day suppressing intrusive memories is, without knowing it, also dampening their encoding and retrieval of whatever is happening around them while they do the suppressing. The cost is paid in the ordinary currency of lived experience. The small detail of a conversation you were supposed to be having, the face of a stranger you were supposed to be noticing, the taste of the food you were eating when the intrusive thought arrived and you pushed it away. None of these losses register as losses. They simply fail to form, and you walk out of the afternoon with a slightly thinner version of it than you would otherwise have had. When does the last time you noticed a thought you did not want and quietly turned your attention elsewhere and went on with your day? Probably within the last hour. Probably several times within the last hour. The machinery that performed that turn was the same machinery Anderson was measuring in his scanner. You have been using it all afternoon without knowing its name, and you will use it again many times tonight and tomorrow. And the cost of each use will be paid in small fragments of experience that you will never miss because you will never know they were supposed to be there. What do you suppose your brain is doing with the thought that arrived unbidden about 20 minutes ago and was quietly dismissed? By the standards of this research, the memory of whatever prompted it is already a little harder to reach than it was before. And the small background details of those 20 minutes, what your hand was doing, what you were hearing from the next room, the temperature of the air in your lungs, are already fainter than they would have been without the dismissal. The dismissal costs nothing you can feel, and yet the cost is real, and the cost is ongoing. And somewhere, in a quiet way, a version of this afternoon that you will never get access to is being paid out of your attention in exchange for the afternoon you actually remember having. The mechanism, as Anderson's work describes it, is specifically human in its details, but not in its basic form. The same kind of experiment, adapted for rats, has shown that a homologous circuit operates in their brains too. Which raises a question about how old this system really is, and how far down the evolutionary tree it extends, and whether the act of refusing to retrieve a memory is something that predates our species by tens or hundreds of millions of years. The answer to that question is going to arrive through a different line of research, one that does not involve magnetic resonance imaging at all, but rather a technique that allows an individual nerve cell inside a living mouse to be switched on with a pulse of blue light. A mouse is standing inside a small, clear chamber, head still, its whiskers moving against the air. A thin, fiber-optic cable is attached to its skull, leading up and away to a laser housed in a piece of equipment a few feet off. When the experimenter flips the switch, a pulse of blue light travels down the cable, enters the brain through a tiny surgical opening, and illuminates a specific population of neurons in a structure called the dentate gyrus, deep in the hippocampus. Those neurons, and only those neurons, have been genetically modified to respond to blue light. When the light reaches them, they fire. The mouse, which has been perfectly calm, freezes in place as if something terrifying has just happened in the room. Nothing has happened in the room. The room is empty. What has happened is inside the mouse's head, and what has happened is that a memory has been switched on. This was the technique, developed over about a decade of refinement by several groups, but most forcefully demonstrated by the laboratory of Susumu Tonegawa at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, that allowed memory research for the first time in its history to identify and manipulate individual memory traces at the cellular level. The technique is called optogenetics. The broad idea is simple enough to state in a sentence. You take a gene that codes for a light-sensitive ion channel, originally isolated from certain species of green algae, and you insert it into specific neurons in a living animal so that those neurons, and no others, will fire when light of the right wavelength reaches them. The practice of actually doing this in a way that reliably targets a specific memory-encoding cell population rather than a random sample of whatever happens to be nearby is considerably harder than the sentence makes it sound, and the methodological work required to make it routine occupied a sizable portion of neuroscience in the 2000s and 2010s. But by 2012, Tonegawa's group at MIT had the technique working well enough to publish, in Nature, a paper demonstrating that the neurons which had been active during the original encoding of a fear memory, the cells tagged while the mouse was learning to associate a particular chamber with a mild foot shock, could be reactivated days later by direct optogenetic stimulation. And when they were reactivated, the mouse behaved as if it were experiencing the original fear, freezing in place even though the actual chamber was nowhere in sight. The memory was not being retrieved by ordinary means. It was being switched on by pointing a laser at the correct bundle of cells. This was striking on its own. But it was what came next, 3 years later, that changed the conversation about forgetting in a way that has not yet fully propagated into the popular understanding. In 2015, a researcher named Thomas Ryan, working in Tonegawa's group, published a paper in Science with a title that looked at first glance unremarkable. Engram cells retain memory under retrograde amnesia. The word engram is worth pausing on because it carries a specific technical meaning in this literature. An engram is the physical substrate of a memory, the actual cells and connections in the brain in which a particular piece of learned information is stored. The term had been introduced a century earlier by a German zoologist named Richard Semon, who proposed the concept without being able to demonstrate it, and who spent his later years watching his idea drift out of respectability as the tools for testing it failed to arrive. Semon died in 1918, more or less forgotten, and the word engram sat on the shelf for most of the 20th century, used occasionally as a loose metaphor, but not as a thing anyone could actually point to. Optogenetics is what allowed the word to be pointed to. Ryan's 2015 paper was one of the first times in the history of neuroscience that the physical substrate of a specific memory could be identified, labeled, and addressed directly in the brain of a living animal. What Ryan and his collaborators did in that paper was this. They trained mice to associate a particular chamber with a foot shock, as in the earlier work. At the same time, they genetically tagged the specific hippocampal cells that were active during the learning so that those cells could be optogenetically activated later. Then, immediately after training, they gave some of the mice a drug called anisomycin, which blocks the protein synthesis that memory consolidation requires. The expected result, based on 70 years of prior research, was that these mice would be amnesic. They would not remember the shock. When placed back in the original chamber, they would not freeze, and indeed, they did not freeze. The anisomycin-treated mice returned to the chamber where they had been shocked, behaved as if they had never been there before. The memory appeared to have been erased, exactly as the consolidation literature would predict. Then Ryan turned on the blue light. When he optogenetically stimulated the tagged cells, the same cells that had been active during the original learning, the cells that in any ordinary sense should no longer have been holding a memory because the consolidation process had been chemically blocked. The amnesic mice froze, not in the chamber, in a completely different neutral box, a place where nothing frightening had ever happened. The memory was there. The fear response was there. What was missing was only the ability to retrieve the memory through normal environmental cues. The cells still held the information. The ordinary pathway to the information had been severed. Ryan and Tonegawa called this a silent engram, a memory that exists physically in the brain, but that cannot be reached by any natural means. I want to be careful here about how this finding is described, because it carries implications that are easy to overstate and that require a certain honesty about what we do and do not know. What the silent engram experiments show, unambiguously, is that in a mouse, a memory can persist in the brain while being functionally inaccessible. The cells that encode the memory retain their pattern of connectivity. What they lose is something subtler, the strengthening of individual synapses within that pattern, the molecular changes that ordinarily make the cells easier to activate in response to natural cues. The pattern survives, the amplification goes away. When the amplification is restored, by artificial means, the memory returns in full. This is a different picture of what memory is than the one neuroscience had been working with for most of the 20th century. Memory, in the old picture, was the synaptic strengthening itself. In the new picture, memory is the pattern of which cells are connected to which, and synaptic strengthening is only the volume knob, the thing that makes the pattern loud enough to be read out by the ordinary circuitry of retrieval. What the experiments do not show, and what it is important not to claim they show, is that all forgetting in all animals, including humans, is really hidden Silent Engram retrieval failure. The mouse experiments are highly specific. They involve acute drug-induced amnesia in a particular paradigm over a particular timescale. The silent state has been demonstrated to last at least 8 days, in follow-up work published by Roy and colleagues in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences in 2017, but whether it persists for months or years in either mice or humans is an open question. Whether the same pattern holds for the ordinary everyday forgetting that shapes your life and mine, the names you lost in your 20s, the afternoons that have gone quiet, the details of last September, is also not settled. It is entirely possible that some forms of forgetting do involve the genuine loss of the pattern itself, not just the loss of the amplification, and that those memories are not coming back regardless of how much blue light you could theoretically point at the correct cells. The honest statement is that the Silent Engram is real in mice, under specific conditions, and that it opens a door the field has walked through, but the room on the other side of the door has not been fully mapped. Still, something has changed. The way memory researchers now think about what it means to not remember is not what it was 20 years ago. When you try to recall a face from your early 30s and the face will not come, you are performing the retrieval by natural cue operation that in the mouse produced no freezing. What that failure means at the cellular level is no longer as obvious as it once seemed. The old interpretation, the face is gone, the trace has decayed, there is nothing left to retrieve, is one possibility. The new interpretation, the trace is still there, its pattern intact, but the amplification required to lift it into conscious awareness has fallen below the threshold, is another. Both are possible. Neither is, at present, the confirmed and exclusive answer. This matters because of what it implies about a common human experience. The sensation of a memory that is almost there, the name on the tip of the tongue, the face you can see in outline but not in detail, the melody you can hum the shape of but not the notes, has usually been taken, colloquially, as evidence that some fragment survives while the rest is gone. What Ryan's work suggests is a stranger possibility. The memory may not be fragmentary at all. It may be complete, sitting in the cells that encoded it, fully patterned, perfectly preserved in its structure. What is fragmentary is your access to it. The part of it you can reach is the part whose synaptic amplification has held. The part you cannot reach is still there, waiting, quiet. The tip of the tongue experience, in the light of the Silent Engram, looks less like the ghost of a dead memory and more like a live memory speaking through a wall. Whether anyone will ever build a technique that can listen through that wall, in humans, at the level of individual memories, is a question I am not going to pretend we have an answer to. Optogenetics cannot be used in healthy humans. Even in animals, the precision of the technique drops off quickly when the targeted population of cells becomes large or distributed, and human episodic memories are almost certainly encoded across distributed networks that no current method can reach with the specificity the mouse work requires. The research is moving in directions that will matter for disease, Early Alzheimer's research has already shown, in mice, that memories in the early stages of the disease are silent rather than erased, and that optogenetic stimulation can restore behavioral expression of those memories, a finding that has obvious implications for future therapies, even if the path from mouse to clinic is long. But the larger question, the one about whether the quiet archive inside your own head is more intact than you think, is not a question that current science can answer for you specifically. What current science can say is this: right now, as you listen, there are memories in your brain that you have not accessed in years, and some number of them are in a state that does not match what you would guess from the outside. Some are genuinely thinned out, their patterns degraded beyond any plausible reconstruction. Others, possibly most, are sitting in a condition closer to Ryan's silent engrams. Patterns intact, amplification low, waiting for a cue that may or may not arrive in your lifetime. You do not know, from the inside, which is which. The feeling of not remembering does not distinguish between the two. From your perspective, the face you cannot bring up and the face that has been erased look identical. The sensation of forgetting is silent about what has actually happened. Tonight, as the slow waves of your deeper sleep stages begin to move across your cortex, the system that decides which of today's patterns receive their long-term amplification and which do not is going to perform its work on everything you have experienced since morning. Some of what happened today will be preserved loudly. Some will be preserved quietly. Some, and this is the finding that still has to settle years after its publication into the way we talk about our own minds, may be preserved in exactly the same physical form, at the level of which cells connect to which, but held below the volume at which you will ever be able to hear them again. Your brain will spend the night deciding. The deciding will not consult you, and by morning today will be distributed across 3 conditions that look, from inside your own awareness, like only 2. The question of who is making those decisions, and on what basis, has been implicit in this whole account. For a long time, the assumption was that the decision belonged to the neurons themselves, that the properties of individual cells, their firing patterns during the day, their connections to one another, were what determined whether a memory would be kept. That assumption turns out to be incomplete. Some of the deciding, it turns out, is being done by cells that were not thought to be in the memory business at all, and whose role in the nightly editing of your own past has only come into focus in the last several years. The cells had been watched for more than a century before anyone thought to suspect them of doing this kind of work. They had been photographed under microscopes since the 1920s, when a Spanish neuroscientist named Pío del Río Ortega first stained them and gave them a name that came from their appearance under the lens. They were small, with fine branching arms that extended outward from a central body, and he called them microglia, which means simply small glia, glia being the old catch-all term for the non-neuronal cells of the brain. For most of the 20th century, microglia were understood as housekeepers. They were the brain's immune cells, the ones that responded to injury and infection, that cleared away dead tissue, that swept up the debris of ordinary cellular turnover. They were important in the way that janitors are important, necessary, underappreciated, not considered part of the main business of the building. The main business of the building, everyone agreed, was being done by the neurons. This assumption began to give way in the early 2000s, when several laboratories, working independently, noticed something that the older literature had missed. Microglia, in the developing brain, were doing more than cleaning up after the neurons. They were actively engaged in sculpting the neural architecture itself, reaching out with their fine processes, making contact with specific synapses, and, in certain cases, consuming those synapses outright. The process was called synaptic pruning, and it had been known for decades to occur during brain development, but the question of which cells were doing the pruning had never been fully answered. By about 2012, the answer was in. Microglia were doing the pruning. The cells everyone had classified as janitors were, in fact, also sculptors. They were shaping the brain as it grew, removing connections that the system had decided it did not need, and the shape of every human brain that has ever existed has been, in some meaningful sense, carved by microglia, working quietly alongside the neurons they were thought to serve. What happened in January of 2026 was the next step in this story, and it concerns a specific form of forgetting that nearly every person listening to this has experienced. Try for a moment to recall something specific that happened to you when you were 2 years old. Not a photograph you have seen, not a story you have been told, an actual memory with sensory detail of an event that occurred before you were 3. Almost none of you can do this. The absence is so universal that it has its own name in the developmental literature: infantile amnesia. The first 3 or 4 years of human life, which contain some of the most intense learning any person will ever do. The acquisition of language, the formation of attachment, the assembly of the basic architecture of a self, are essentially blank from the perspective of later adult memory. Everyone loses them. The loss is complete enough that most adults simply assume their early childhood memory did not exist yet, that the infant brain was too undeveloped to form episodic memories in the first place, and that the blankness reflects a capacity that had not yet come online. The last few decades of research have been complicating that assumption. Work by Paul Frankland and Sheena Jocelyn at the Hospital for Sick Children in Toronto, across a series of papers beginning in the early 2000s, demonstrated that infant mice do form episodic memories, and that they can access those memories for a short period after encoding them, and that they then lose access to those memories on a developmental schedule that parallels roughly the timing of human infantile amnesia. The memories were being made. The capacity was there. What was happening between the age at which the memories formed and the age at which they became inaccessible was not a failure of encoding. It was an active process of removal. What nobody knew until recently was which cells were doing the removing. In January of 2026, a research group at Trinity College Dublin, led by Thomas Ryan, the same Thomas Ryan whose Silent Engram work we met a few minutes ago, published a paper in PLOS Biology with a direct title: Microglial activity during postnatal development is required for infantile amnesia in mice. The lead author, a postdoctoral researcher named Erica Stewart, had spent several years working on the question. What her experiments showed was that when microglial activity in infant mice was pharmacologically suppressed during the specific postnatal window in which infantile amnesia ordinarily develops, the mice did not forget. Fear conditioning that should have become inaccessible by adolescence remained retrievable. The memories persisted. And when the researchers examined the brains of those mice, they found that the engram cells, the specific neurons that had been active during the original learning, remained more strongly activated during later recall in the animals whose microglia had been suppressed. The memories had not been lost. They had, in ordinary animals, been lost because microglia had been permitted to do their work on them. Block the microglia, and the memories stayed. The quote from Stewart herself in the press release accompanying the paper was direct. Microglia can be considered the memory managers in the brain. Now, something has to be said here, because this is a very recent finding, and the ways in which recent findings in neuroscience sometimes turn out to be more complicated than their initial framing suggests are worth being honest about. The interpretation of the Dublin work is not, at this point in the scientific conversation, settled. Independent commentary on the paper from researchers who were not involved in it has raised questions about several aspects of the experimental design that are worth noting rather than glossing over. The drug used to suppress microglial activity in the experiments is called minocycline, and minocycline does not act on microglia exclusively. It has a range of effects on other cell types, and the question of whether the observed rescue of infant memory is due specifically to microglial suppression or to some broader pharmacological effect is not, at this writing, fully resolved. Anna Malofsky, a researcher at the University of California, San Francisco, who studies microglia but was not involved in the Dublin work, has said in comments to Science Journalism that she is not certain what can be concluded from minocycline studies in this context. Paul Frankland, whose own laboratory has been proposing a different mechanism for infantile amnesia, a hypothesis involving the rapid birth of new neurons in the infant hippocampus, which may disrupt the stability of existing engram patterns, has commented that the mechanisms of infantile amnesia probably do not have to be singular. It is possible that microglial activity is one of several processes contributing to the developmental loss of early memory, and that the full picture involves multiple cell types and mechanisms working in concert. There is also a finding from 2024 published by a different research group showing that mice engineered to lack microglia altogether develop hippocampal synapses and dendritic spines that look essentially normal. If microglia were simply eating the synapses that encode infant memories, one might expect their absence to leave behind a structurally different brain, and that does not appear to be what happens. This suggests that whatever role microglia play in infantile forgetting is probably not a simple matter of consuming synapses outright. It may involve more indirect effects, changes to the extracellular matrix that surrounds neurons, or to the signaling environment in which memory consolidation occurs, or to the rate at which new neurons are being born in the developing hippocampus. The Dublin paper itself is careful to frame its findings as establishing microglial involvement rather than as fully specifying mechanism, and the authors acknowledge that other cell types and processes are likely to be contributing as well. I'm spending this much time on the uncertainty because I think it matters to how this story should be told. The headline finding, that microglia are the memory managers and that they are actively responsible for infant forgetting, is close to true, but the word close is doing real work in that sentence. What is true with very high confidence is that microglial activity is causally involved in the developmental loss of early memories in mice. What is not yet true, or not yet established, is the detailed mechanism by which that involvement operates, or how fully the finding extrapolates to humans, or how broadly the microglial role in forgetting extends beyond the specific developmental window that the Dublin work examined. All of these questions are active. Some of them will be answered in the next several years. Others may take longer. The honest picture is of a discovery that has opened a door, not of a discovery that has finished a room. With that qualification in place, something can still be said about what the finding means for how we think about our own forgetting, because the direction of implication is clear even if the exact mechanism is not. The implication is this: the cells that are removing your earliest memories, or, if the Dublin finding turns out to be part of a broader mechanism, the cells that are coordinating with other processes in removing your earliest memories, are not the same cells that store your memories. They are a separate population with a separate history, a separate function, and a separate relationship to the neurons whose activity encodes what you experience. You have, inside your skull, a class of cells whose role in shaping who you become is at least as active as the role of the neurons themselves, even though those cells do not fire, do not form engrams, and do not, in any direct sense, contain information about your life. They contain instead decisions about your life, judgments, encoded in their patterns of activity and their interactions with neurons, about which pieces of your experience will be kept and which will be released. The microglia are not storing your past, they are curating it. And they are doing this work continuously. Microglial activity does not end with childhood. These cells are present, active, and engaged in synaptic modulation throughout the human lifespan. In the adult brain, their role is less dramatic than it is in the infant brain, because the rate of synaptic remodeling is lower and the need for wholesale restructuring has passed. But they are still there, still reaching out with their fine processes, still making contact with synapses, still in ways the field is only beginning to characterize, influencing which connections are strengthened and which are allowed to weaken. The ongoing editing of your memory, the nightly decisions about what to keep, the slower seasonal drift of which pieces of your life remain accessible, is being shaped in part by cells that are, technically, part of your immune system. The same kind of cell that, elsewhere in your body, would be responding to an infection or clearing away damaged tissue is, inside your skull, making judgments about your autobiography. You do not experience this as being edited by your immune system, you experience it as forgetting. The fact that it feels like nothing in particular is part of what makes it strange to think about. If someone were reaching into your memories from the outside and deciding which ones to keep, the invasion would register. Because the deciding is being done from inside, by cells that have every right to be where they are and that are doing what they evolved to do, the deciding is silent. There is no sensation of a microglial cell selecting against one of your afternoons in 2021. There is only, eventually, an afternoon that you cannot quite reach anymore, and the small, familiar feeling of not remembering, which feels so ordinary that you would never think to ask what was responsible for it. Tonight, while you sleep, the microglia in your hippocampus and cortex will remain active. They will not rest in the way the rest of you rests. They will continue reaching, contacting, pruning, adjusting. Some of today's experiences will be consolidated into long-term accessibility, partly because the microglia around the relevant cells chose not to intervene. Others will be lost, partly because the microglia did. You will wake up tomorrow with a different brain than the one you are carrying right now, and part of the difference will have been made by immune cells doing their quiet work in the dark of your skull. You will not feel them. You will simply be, tomorrow, a slightly edited version of who you were today. Edited by cells that have no awareness of you, no stake in your life, no understanding of which memories matter to you and which do not. Following rules that evolution worked out long before any species existed that would wonder what was happening inside its own head. The larger question, what criteria the microglia and the rest of the memory system are using to decide what it is that makes one experience worth keeping and another worth releasing, is the question that has been running underneath everything in this account so far. And while we still do not fully know the answer, we know one thing for certain about when the decisions are made. They are made at night. The nightly sorting that determines which of today's patterns will survive into tomorrow is one of the oldest operations the brain performs, and it has a specific biological signature that has been traced across the last 20 years of research to the rhythms of a particular phase of sleep. Why do you sleep? The question sounds almost too simple to take seriously. Everyone sleeps. Every mammal sleeps. Every bird sleeps. Fish appear to sleep in some species-specific form, and even fruit flies, when their rest is disrupted for long enough, develop what can only be described as sleep deprivation. The fact of sleep is so universal across the animal kingdom that biologists generally take it for granted, the way they take respiration or metabolism for granted, as part of the basic condition of being alive. But when you stop and look at sleep from the perspective of evolution, from the perspective of what it costs a creature to spend a third of its life unconscious, the universality becomes stranger, not less strange. Sleep is dangerous. A sleeping animal cannot hunt, cannot mate, cannot flee from predators, cannot respond to threats until it wakes. For a state so costly to have been conserved across every species with a nervous system complex enough to sleep at all, the state must be doing something that justifies the cost. Evolution does not keep expensive things around for no reason. For most of the 20th century, the guess about what sleep was doing was a kind of polite vagueness. Sleep was restorative, people said. It allowed the body to recover. It repaired damage. It restored energy. These were reasonable-sounding answers, but they did not actually explain very much because nobody could specify what exactly was being restored or repaired, or why the restoration required the particular neurological state that sleep involves, a state with specific electrical signatures, specific chemical changes, specific patterns of brain activity that were clearly doing something other than simply resting. The brain during sleep is not quiet, it is astonishingly active. Certain phases of sleep involve patterns of coordinated neural firing that are, by some measures, more synchronized and more globally organized than anything the waking brain produces. If this was rest, it was rest of a peculiar kind, rest that looked on the inside like labor. The shift in thinking about what that labor might be has taken about 25 years to work its way through the field, and it is still in progress. The most influential version of the new account was proposed in 2003 by two researchers at the University of Wisconsin, Giulio Tononi and Chiara Cirelli, in a paper that outlined what they called the synaptic homeostasis hypothesis, a phrase that the field has since abbreviated to SHY. The core claim of SHY is direct. During waking, the brain is constantly forming new synaptic connections and strengthening existing ones as a result of ongoing learning. Every experience you have, every new thing you encounter, every small association your brain makes between one stimulus and another, all of these push the balance of synaptic strength across your cortex and your hippocampus and the other learning-related structures upward. Over the course of a day of ordinary experience, a very large number of synapses become measurably stronger than they were when the day began. This increase is not free. Stronger synapses consume more energy. They require more metabolic supplies to maintain. They also, as they accumulate, reduce the signal-to-noise ratio of the neural circuits they belong to, because a circuit in which most synapses are strong is a circuit in which distinctions become harder to make. If every experience adds to the total synaptic weight and nothing subtracts from it, the system saturates. It runs out of the margin it needs to encode new learning. And the brain, according to Tononi and Cirelli, has solved this problem by evolving a state during which synaptic strength is systematically turned down. That state is sleep. Specifically, the slow-wave sleep that dominates the first several hours of a typical night, the phase in which electrical activity across the cortex falls into slow, synchronized oscillations of roughly 1 cycle per second, is the period during which the brain performs what Tononi has called synaptic down-selection. Most of the synapses that were strengthened during the day are selectively weakened during slow-wave sleep, returned toward a baseline that makes the next day's learning possible. Sleep, in this account, is the price the brain pays for being able to learn at all. Sleep is the price we pay for plasticity, in Tononi's own phrasing, which has become one of the few sentences in memory research that has crossed over into ordinary use. The evidence for SHY has accumulated over the past 20 years through several lines of work that converge on the same conclusion. Electrophysiological measurements have shown that the strength of evoked cortical responses, a marker of synaptic strength, rises across the day and falls across the night. Biochemical markers associated with synaptic potentiation, proteins like BDNF and ARC, show the same daily rhythm. In 2017, a group working in Tononi and Cirelli's laboratory, led by Luisa De Vivo, used serial electron microscopy to physically measure the size of synapses in mouse brains at different times of day. The measurement had never been possible before. The technique required reconstructing the three-dimensional shape of individual synapses from thousands of thin sections, cell by cell, at a level of detail that older methods could not achieve. What they found was that synapses were, on average, about 18% smaller in the brains of sleeping animals than in the brains of animals that had been awake for several hours. The shrinkage was not uniform. The very largest synapses, the ones presumably encoding the most important memories, were preserved. But across the population as a whole, the physical size of the connections was falling during sleep in the way that SHY predicts. Something important needs to be said about what this means for the way we have been talking about forgetting. Up to this point in this account, I have been describing forgetting as though it happened in specific, identifiable episodes. A name lost, a face faded, a suppression performed by the prefrontal cortex, a memory pruned by a microglial cell. All of those descriptions are true. But Shai suggests that underneath those specific episodes, there is a more continuous, more global form of forgetting that is happening to essentially all of your memories every night at a scale that dwarfs the specific episodic losses. The 18% reduction in synaptic size that occurs across a night of sleep is not targeted at particular memories. It is a system-wide renormalization, affecting the majority of the synapses in the learning-related regions of the brain. Most of what you learn today is being partially weakened tonight, not because any of it was specifically rejected, but because the overall synaptic load from the day needs to be brought down before tomorrow's learning can begin. The specific episodic forgetting we have been talking about, the suppressions, the prunings, the retrievals that weaken competitors, rides on top of this broader baseline. It is the selective sculpting that happens within a field that is, meanwhile, being globally lowered. The sculpture and the field are both doing work, and the field is the larger of the two. There is a way of reading this that I have to be careful about, because the framing I am about to put in front of you is not quite settled in the field, and I want you to hold it lightly rather than take it as established. The framing is this. If sleep is when the brain performs its general synaptic down selection, and if the down selection is affecting most of your recent learning to some degree, then what the brain is doing during sleep is closer to a nightly act of controlled forgetting than to anything else in its ordinary functioning. The rest of the time, the brain is mostly strengthening. During sleep, the brain is mostly weakening. The weakening is what lets the strengthening continue. In this picture, the relationship between memory and forgetting is not a relationship between the intact and the lost. It is a relationship between two phases of the same continuous process, one of which runs during the day and the other of which runs during the night, and neither of which could sustain itself without the other. You learn because you can forget. You forget because you have learned. The system is one system. It has two sides, each visible only in certain lighting. I want to sit with that framing for a moment, because it leads into the territory where this kind of science meets questions that are no longer quite scientific. There is a paragraph of reflection that belongs here, and I have been working out how to phrase it across the last few minutes of this chapter, and I want to try it now as directly as I can. If the claim that Shuai is making about sleep is roughly correct, if the mind you will carry into tomorrow is the product of a nightly operation that quietly weakens most of what happened to you today, then a certain kind of question begins to form, and it is a question that neuroscience cannot fully answer by itself. The question is what kind of continuity a self can have if the biological substrate of the self is being renormalized every night without consultation. Your sense of being the same person you were yesterday is produced by a brain that has spent the intervening hours deliberately lowering the strength of most of the connections it formed during the previous day. The person who wakes up in your bed tomorrow morning will be carrying a slightly edited version of the synaptic pattern that went to sleep, and the editing will have been performed according to criteria that the waking person has no access to and cannot review. You do not consent to tonight's editing. You cannot, while it is happening, even witness it. And yet the person you will be tomorrow is, in some meaningful sense, constituted by exactly this process, by the nightly weakening of most of what yesterday added, so that today can add what it needs to add. The self in this account is not something that persists across the days in spite of sleep. The self is something that is actively reconstructed every night through sleep. And that reconstruction requires the loss of most of what the day assembled. There is no way to want that loss from inside the day itself. There is also no way to be the person you will be tomorrow without it. William James's observation that a condition of remembering is that we must forget was made without the benefit of any of this neurobiology. But what the neurobiology is beginning to suggest is that the condition runs deeper than James could have known, that the forgetting is not merely the counterpart of memory, but the medium through which the continuity of the self is generated in the first place. Your tomorrow self is not the survivor of tonight. Your tomorrow self is the product of tonight. That is, I think, as far as I want to take that thought in this script, because the further reaches of it belong to philosophy rather than to neuroscience, and the honest thing to do is to mark where the science ends and the other kind of thinking begins. What the science does say, with considerable confidence at this point, is that the nightly renormalization happens, that it happens during specific phases of sleep characterized by specific electrical signatures, and that it is central enough to the functioning of the learning system that animals deprived of it suffer measurable deficits in their ability to form new memories. Sleep deprivation does not just make you tired, it makes you worse at learning, because the synaptic margin you need in order to learn has not been restored. The people in your life who have tried to work through a period of severe sleep loss know this from the inside: the thinning of attention, the difficulty retaining what you just read, the sense that everything is slipping through the mind without catching. That sense is the experiential correlate of a brain that has not been permitted to perform its nightly down selection and is therefore running by morning at something close to saturation. Tonight, the process will run properly, assuming nothing disturbs it. Within the first hour or so of sleep, your electroencephalographic pattern will drop into the slow, synchronized oscillations of stage 3 sleep, and the down selection will begin. Across the next several hours, as the night moves through its successive cycles of deeper and lighter sleep, the renormalization will be performed on different regions of the brain at different points, interleaved with the bursts of REM that allow for a different kind of processing. The specific memories that will be weakened and the specific ones that will be spared will be selected by mechanisms that the field is still working out. But the selection is already happening. Everywhere you have nervous tissue, as a continuous biological process that does not require your participation. Imagine the cortex tonight as a landscape that has grown tall with new construction during the day, new connections built on top of old ones, new pathways opened, new bridges strung across gaps that were previously uncrossed. Now picture a slow tide that rises in the dark and covers most of it, not a destructive tide. A shaping tide, one that takes down the weakest constructions first, that leaves the strongest ones standing above the waterline, that erodes the landscape back down to something navigable by morning. When the tide recedes, the landscape looks similar to the one that went under, but it is not identical. Certain paths have been lowered, certain bridges are gone. A few new ones, built during the day and judged worth keeping, remain. The morning sun comes up over a place that is recognizably yesterday's cortex, but is, in its fine structure, a version of yesterday's cortex that has been edited toward the shape tomorrow will need. This is what sleep is doing to you right now, or is about to. The tide is coming in. The parts of today that do not survive it will be gone by morning, and the parts that do will be what you carry forward into the person you will be tomorrow. The sorting will not ask for your permission. It does not need to. It has been performing this operation on your ancestors for as long as your lineage has had a brain complex enough to need it, and it will perform it on you tonight with the same indifferent competence that has shaped every brain before yours. But the sorting, for all its scale, is not only a matter of what gets weakened. The memories that do survive the tide are not survived intact, untouched, preserved exactly as they were formed. They are, in ways the last 2 decades of research have slowly brought into view, changed in their own quiet fashion each time they are called upon, a process that will become strange enough to matter in the territory coming next. In the autumn of 1992, a graduate student named Jim Cohn was given an unusual assignment in his cognitive psychology class at the University of Washington. The professor, Elizabeth Loftus, had spent the previous 2 decades becoming one of the most consequential memory researchers in the world through her work on eyewitness testimony and the misinformation effect, and she had recently begun to suspect that something stranger than misinformation was possible. She suspected that entire memories, whole events that had never occurred, could be installed in a person's mind through nothing more elaborate than suggestion, social pressure, and a cooperative older relative willing to play along. The suspicion was theoretical at that point. Nobody had tested it. She asked her students to try. Cohen chose his 14-year-old brother Chris as the subject. He prepared a small booklet containing 4 brief descriptions of childhood events, and he presented the booklet to Chris as a set of reminders from their mother about things that had happened to Chris when he was about 5 years old. 3 of the events were real, drawn from actual family memory after quiet consultation with their mother. The 4th was invented. In the invented event, Chris had been lost at a shopping mall in Spokane when he was 5 years old, had wandered crying through the aisles for some time, and had finally been found by an elderly woman who brought him back to his family. None of that had happened. Cohen had made it up, with enough specific texture, the name of the mall, the approximate age, the figure of the older woman, to make it fit plausibly into the kinds of things an older relative might remember. Chris read the booklet. He was asked, across several follow-up sessions, to describe what he remembered of each event and to rate how confident he was in his memory of it. The real events he recalled with ordinary partial vividness, the kind of recall one would expect for ordinary childhood memories. The invented event, the mall, he began within a few days to elaborate on. He described the store as being near where he had bought a pet for his 7th birthday. He described the elderly woman as wearing a flannel shirt. He described himself as being afraid that his family had left without him. He described the feeling of relief when he saw them again. None of these details had been in the booklet. Chris was generating them from whatever combination of imagination and reconstruction his mind was using to flesh out the scene, and he was experiencing the generated details as memories. When Cohen eventually debriefed him and explained that the mall event had never happened, Chris had difficulty accepting the debriefing. The memory by then felt like one of his own. 3 years later, in 1995, Loftus and her colleague, Jacqueline Pickrell, published the formal experimental version of this informal trial in the journal Psychiatric Annals. The study used 24 participants, each with a cooperating relative who supplied 3 genuine childhood events to serve as true items, and each exposed to a single invented event, a version of the Lost in the Mall scenario, customized with plausible details drawn from the participants' actual childhood geography. Across the study, approximately 25% of the participants came to report full or partial memories of the invented event. Some of them, when debriefed, continued to insist that the memory felt real. Some added details beyond what the experimenters had supplied. A few selected the Lost in the Mall event when asked which of the 4 items was the false one, not as their guess for the false item, but as one of the 3 they believed to be true. The paper became, very quickly, one of the most controversial pieces of work in modern psychology. The finding it established was clean: that false autobiographical memories could be implanted in ordinary adults under conditions that resembled in their structural features certain kinds of therapeutic interviewing, and the implications of that finding for legal testimony, for recovered memory therapy, and for the general question of how much faith any of us can place in our own vivid recollections were enormous. Loftus became, over the next 2 decades, a sought-after expert witness in criminal trials where eyewitness testimony or recovered memory was in dispute. She testified in the Menendez brothers case. She testified in cases involving Martha Stewart and Michael Jackson. She has estimated in various interviews that she has consulted on or testified in more than 300 civil and criminal cases over the course of her career, many of them involving defendants whose convictions rested on testimony that her research suggested might not have been as reliable as it seemed to the juries who heard it. The Lost in the Mall study also became, immediately and persistently, the target of criticism from researchers who worked with trauma survivors and who were concerned about the ways the finding was being used in courtrooms. The criticisms took several forms. The sample was small. The invented event, being lost in a mall, was mundane enough that some of the subjects might have been drawing on real childhood experiences of the sort, rather than accepting a pure fiction. The methodology was, in certain respects, underspecified. These were serious concerns, voiced by serious researchers, and they were debated in the field for years after the original publication. What settled the debate, to the degree it has been settled, was a direct replication. In 2023, a group at University College Cork and University College Dublin, led by Gillian Murphy, published a pre-registered replication of the original Lost in the Mall study in the journal Memory. The replication used a sample of 123 participants, roughly 5 times the size of the original, and it addressed the methodological criticisms that had accumulated over the preceding 30 years. The results matched Loftus and Pickrell's original finding almost exactly. 35% of participants in the replication were coded as having developed false memories of being lost in a mall in childhood. The original 25% rate had not been a statistical fluke. If anything, the replication suggested that the original figure had been somewhat conservative. Across nearly 3 decades of subsequent work using variations of the memory implantation paradigm, fake wedding reception photographs, fabricated childhood crimes, invented adolescent incidents involving punch bowls. Even in later studies, doctored photographs showing the participant in a hot air balloon ride they had never taken. The basic finding has replicated in form after form. Somewhere between roughly 20 and 50% of ordinary adults, under appropriate suggestive conditions, will generate and come to experience as real a memory of an event that did not occur. I want to pause here and be careful about what this finding does and does not mean, because the counter-narrative implications are large enough to require handling with some care. The popular response to the false memory research, in its most compressed version, is often that all memory is unreliable, that none of our recollections can be trusted, that the past is essentially a fiction we tell ourselves. This is a misreading. What the research actually shows is that the mechanisms of memory are reconstructive rather than reproductive, that when you remember an event, you are not retrieving a stored recording but rebuilding the event in the moment from fragments and associations distributed across the brain, and that the rebuilding is vulnerable, under certain conditions, to the incorporation of material that was not part of the original event. This is a general property of how memory works, and it applies to all memories to some degree. But some degree is the operative phrase. Most of your memories, most of the time, are broadly accurate in their gist and their central features, even when they are imprecise in their peripheral details. The false memory research does not establish that your life is a fabrication. It establishes that certain kinds of memories, under certain kinds of suggestion, can be fabricated or heavily altered, and that the subjective experience of having such a memory is indistinguishable from the subjective experience of having a real one. The last part of that sentence is the part that tends to disturb people once it settles, and it is worth letting it settle. If you close your eyes and recall, vividly, an event from your childhood, a birthday, a first day of school, a family vacation, a moment of fear or happiness that has lived in your memory for decades, the vividness you are experiencing is not evidence that the event occurred the way you are remembering it. Chris, recalling his rescue by the elderly woman in the flannel shirt, experienced that memory with the same vividness he experienced the real memories his brother had included in the booklet. Participants in the Murphy replication, recounting their mall experiences, added sensory details that nobody had suggested to them: the colours of stores, the textures of floors, the specific quality of their own childish fear. The phenomenology of a false memory, once it has been installed, is identical to the phenomenology of a true one. The person having the memory has no way, from the inside, to distinguish between the two. This fact has consequences for an ordinary experience that almost everyone listening has had at least once, and that almost nobody has examined closely. The experience is the one of being corrected by someone who was there, a sibling, a parent, an old friend, about a memory you hold with unshakable confidence. You remember the family trip as having happened in a specific summer, and your sister tells you it was 2 years later. You remember a conversation as having been with one person, and the person you were talking to turns out to have been someone else. You remember a house from childhood as having been a specific color, and a photograph reveals the color to have been different. In each of these cases, the natural first response is that the other person is mistaken, that your memory is the reliable one, because it feels reliable from where you are standing. What the false memory research across 30 years of increasingly careful replication has established is that this first response is not warranted. Your confidence that your version is correct is not by itself evidence that your version is correct. The vividness of a memory and its accuracy are separable quantities. Sometimes they move together, sometimes they don't. From the inside, you cannot tell which situation you are in. There is also the question, and this is where the science is genuinely still unsettled, of whether there is any physical marker in the brain that can distinguish a true memory from a false one. 20 years of neuroimaging work has been put toward this question. The answer so far is no. When people are scanned while recalling memories that have been experimentally verified as true and memories that have been experimentally installed as false, the neural patterns differ in some average ways. True memories tend to show slightly more activation in sensory cortical regions, consistent with their having originated in actual perceptual experience. But the difference is not large enough and not consistent enough to function as a diagnostic test for any individual memory. If somebody handed you an fMRI image of a person recalling a specific event and asked you to judge whether the event was real or implanted, the current state of the science does not let you answer the question reliably. The brain processes false memories and real memories through networks that look, from the outside, essentially the same. This is a gap in the science that matters for the legal system, for the clinical treatment of trauma, and for the ordinary philosophical question of how much of our own past we can claim to actually know. It is also a gap that may not close for a long time, and possibly not ever, because the brain may not make the distinction in the first place. To the system that stores and retrieves memories, the origin of a memory, whether it came from an experience or from a suggestion convincingly absorbed, may simply not be a relevant variable. All over the world tonight, billions of people are consolidating the day's events into long-term memory. A small fraction of those consolidations will contain elements that did not happen, details suggested by someone else, inferences the brain has generated to fill gaps, fragments of imagination that have been absorbed into the factual record with no accompanying label to mark them as such. The people doing the consolidating will not know which of their new memories have been contaminated in this way. They will wake up tomorrow with a slightly altered version of yesterday, some of whose alterations are edits for efficiency, and some of whose alterations are quiet fabrications that the brain has passed through its ordinary processing without flagging. By morning, the difference between the two will be invisible to the people carrying them. It has always been invisible. It will continue to be invisible for the rest of their lives. The question of what happens to a memory each time it is pulled up into consciousness, of why the act of remembering itself turns out to be one of the main engines by which memories are changed, has been implicit in everything this chapter has described. The Lost in the Mall participants did not install the mall memory in a single sitting. They installed it across repeated interviews, each of which asked them to recall and elaborate on the event, each of which gave their minds another opportunity to build detail onto the prior scaffolding. The mechanism by which that building operates is the same mechanism by which your own memories are transformed every time you revisit them. And it is the mechanism that a team of researchers at New York University working with fear-conditioned rats identified with unusual experimental clarity at the turn of the millennium. I want to ask you to do something for a moment while you listen. Pick a memory from your childhood. Not one you are sure of. One you are sure of. A memory that has lived in you since you were small, that you have carried through school and through the different versions of yourself you have been in the decades since. That feels so solid and so specific that you would, if pressed, offer it as evidence of who you have always been. Maybe it is a birthday. Maybe it is a moment of fear. Maybe it is the first time you understood something about one of the adults in your life. Whatever it is, bring it up now. See the room it happened in. Hear whatever sounds belong to it. Let it play for a few seconds behind your closed eyes. What you have just done, on the instruction of a voice you do not know, is reach into your own brain and pull a specific set of neural patterns out of long-term storage and into active consciousness. This is the ordinary, unremarkable act that people mean when they say they are remembering. What is not ordinary, and what took neuroscience most of the 20th century to begin to understand, is what happens to the memory during the reach. For nearly 100 years, the governing assumption of memory research was that once a memory had been consolidated, once the initial flurry of biological activity that converts an experience into a lasting trace had completed, the trace was stable. It could be retrieved many times across many years, and each retrieval would draw from the stable underlying record without altering it. Consolidation was a one-time event. After it finished, the memory was, for all practical purposes, permanent, subject only to the slow erosions that time and interference would impose on its accessibility. This picture was tidy. It matched the introspective sense that our memories feel like fixed things we can visit. And it was, as the experiments that followed would eventually demonstrate, almost entirely wrong. The experiment that overturned it was conducted at New York University at the end of the 1990s by a postdoctoral researcher named Karim Nader, working in the laboratory of the neuroscientist Joseph Ledoux. Nader was not, at that point, trying to overturn anything. He was trying to replicate and extend a well-established finding about the neurobiology of fear conditioning in rats. And the experiment he designed was straightforward enough that, by the standards of the time, nobody expected it to produce the result it produced. The setup went like this. A rat is placed in a small chamber and exposed to a distinctive tone, which is paired with a mild electrical shock to the floor. After a few pairings, the rat learns to fear the tone. When the tone plays, the rat freezes, the standard behavioral measure of fear in rodents, mediated by a structure in the brain called the amygdala, whose role in the rapid learning of threat associations had been worked out over preceding decades in large part by Ledoux's laboratory. This much was textbook. The memory of the tone shock association consolidates over the following hours, and within a day or so, it is stable. Subsequent exposures to the tone, even without any further shock, produce the freezing response reliably, and the response persists for weeks or months. What Nader did, that had not quite been done before with this level of precision, was wait until the fear memory was fully consolidated, several days after training, and then briefly present the rat with the tone alone, just the tone, no shock. The rat froze as expected, confirming that the memory was intact. And then, within a few minutes of that retrieval, Nader injected a drug called anisomycin directly into the amygdala. Anisomycin blocks protein synthesis. It is the standard tool for preventing memory consolidation, because consolidation requires the manufacture of new proteins at the relevant synapses. Giving anisomycin to a rat immediately after initial learning prevents the memory from forming in the first place. This was known. What was not known, and what Nader wanted to test, was what would happen if the anisomycin was given not immediately after learning, but immediately after retrieval of a memory that had already been consolidated. The expected result, based on the standard consolidation model, was nothing. The memory had been made, the consolidation window had long since closed, the proteins required for the initial stabilization had long since been synthesized. A retrieval in the present should not require any new protein synthesis, and blocking it should therefore leave the existing memory intact. When the rats were tested again the next day, they should still freeze to the tone, because the underlying memory should still be there. They did not freeze. The rats that had been given anisomycin shortly after the brief retrieval behaved on the next day's test, as if they had never been shocked in the first place. The fear response was gone. The memory of the tone shock association, which had been stable for days, which should have been beyond the reach of protein synthesis inhibitors, had been erased by the combination of retrieval followed by anisomycin. Rats that had been given anisomycin without the retrieval as a control remembered the association perfectly well. The retrieval was the key variable. Pulling the memory up into the brain's active processing had somehow returned it to a state in which it required protein synthesis to survive, a state functionally identical to the unconsolidated state of a brand new memory, even though the memory itself was old. The finding, when Nader and Schaaf and Ledoux published it in Nature in August of 2000, was disorienting enough that parts of the field resisted it for several years. It implied that consolidation was not the one-time event it had been understood to be. It implied that every time a memory was retrieved, the memory became, for a brief window of minutes to hours, biologically labile again, temporarily unstable, temporarily vulnerable, temporarily in need of being restabilized through a fresh round of protein synthesis. They called the restabilization process reconsolidation, and the name has stuck because the process turns out to be pervasive. It has since been demonstrated in rats, mice, crabs, snails, zebrafish, and, through human studies using milder experimental manipulations, in people. It appears to be a general feature of how vertebrate memory works, and possibly of memory in organisms considerably simpler than vertebrates. Every time you retrieve a memory, the act of retrieval opens a window during which the memory is susceptible to change, and the window closes only when the memory has been actively restabilized by the biological machinery that maintained it in the first place. The childhood memory you pulled up a few minutes ago is, at this moment, in that window. I am not going to do anything to it, and you are not going to do anything to it either, beyond the small, inevitable modifications that arise from simply having had the memory present in your attention. But those small, inevitable modifications are the ones that matter, because they are happening every time the memory is retrieved, by anyone, under any conditions, whether the retrieval is deliberate or triggered by a passing association. The childhood memory you have carried with you since you were small has not been lying in a stable archive all these years. It has been pulled up hundreds or thousands of times, and each pull has opened a reconsolidation window, and each window has closed around a version of the memory that was very slightly different from the version that had been there before the pull. The memory has been drifting imperceptibly with every act of remembering. The version you are holding now is not the version of the event that was first encoded. It is the current endpoint of an extended series of revisions, each of them small, each of them invisible from inside the act of remembering, and none of them available for you to reconstruct or undo. There is a consequence of this that is worth saying as directly as I can, because it is not obvious the first time one encounters it, but it is important. The memories you have revisited the most are the memories that have drifted the furthest from their origins. Your most told childhood stories, the ones you have shared with friends and family over the years, the ones that have become part of the narrative you use to explain yourself to yourself. These are the memories that have been through the most reconsolidation cycles, and therefore the ones that have accumulated the most small modifications. Counterintuitively, a memory you have not thought about in 30 years is likely to be closer, in its structural details, to the original experience than a memory you have recalled every year on the anniversary of the event. The act of remembering feels like preservation. It is closer to rewriting. The rewriting is light, and the rewriting is gentle, and the rewriting is overwhelmingly faithful to the emotional gist of the original. But it is still rewriting, and its cumulative effects over decades can be substantial. I need to be honest here about something the research is still working through, because the clinical implications of reconsolidation are large, and I do not want to overstate them. The most clinically important implication of Nader's finding is that, in principle, traumatic memories might be treatable during the reconsolidation window. If a traumatic memory is retrieved, and if the right pharmacological intervention is administered during the brief window when the memory is labile, then the reconsolidated version of the memory might carry less emotional weight than the original. This is not a hypothetical possibility. It has been tested, beginning in the mid-2000s, by a group led by Alain Brunet in Montreal, using a beta blocker called propranolol, a drug that dampens the amygdala's adrenaline-driven response during the reconsolidation window. The initial results were promising. Patients with post-traumatic stress disorder who retrieved their traumatic memory under propranolol showed reduced symptoms in follow-up testing. The memory itself remained accessible. What had changed was the emotional charge attached to it. Subsequent trials have been less uniformly positive, and the exact conditions under which the intervention works reliably are still being worked out. There is at present no fully approved clinical protocol that uses reconsolidation to treat PTSD. The research is ongoing, the promise is real, and the caution is also real, and any honest summary of the field has to hold both at once. What is not in doubt, across 2 decades of accumulated work, is the basic reconsolidation phenomenon itself. Memories do not sit untouched in a vault between retrievals. They are pulled up, briefly destabilized, and then restored in a form that may differ in small ways from the form they held before the pull. This has been confirmed in animal model after animal model, in behavioral study after behavioral study, and in enough human experimental work to establish that the phenomenon is not confined to rodents. The strangeness of the finding has not disappeared with time. What was strange in 2000 is still strange. A memory that has been consolidated is not a memory that has been permanently stored. It is a memory that has been brought to a kind of provisional stability, which every subsequent retrieval will revisit, and which every retrieval will, to some small degree, rewrite. There is a way this reframes the ordinary experience of remembering that I want to try to put into words, though I recognize it is the kind of thing that is easier to feel than to say. When you remember something, you are not walking back into a room where the event is waiting for you unchanged as you left it. You are entering a room whose walls are being repainted by the act of your entering. The colors of the walls will be approximately what they were the last time you were there, because the repainting is faithful to the previous layer, but they will not be the colors that were there at the beginning. And by the time you leave the room, the next visitor, you, tomorrow, or next year, or when something reminds you of this event decades from now, will enter a room whose walls are the repainted version of the repainted version of the repainted version, traced back through every previous visit, each of them adding its own thin coat. The room you are visiting is not the room where the thing happened. It is a room that has been visited. Tonight, while you sleep, any of the memories you happen to retrieve during the day, including the childhood memory I asked you to call up at the start of this chapter, will be in the process of being reconsolidated. The small modifications that accompanied their retrieval will be stabilized overnight, alongside the new memories you formed today. Tomorrow morning, the childhood memory will be sitting in the same familiar place it has always sat, feeling exactly the way it has always felt. You will have no sense that anything has changed. And from the inside, from within the experience of remembering, nothing will seem to have changed. But a small layer of revision will have settled onto the memory, the way a layer of dust settles on a surface overnight, and the version you carry forward will be slightly further from the original than the version you went to bed with. By next year at this time, another layer. By the time you are old and recalling this childhood scene to someone who asks, the original, whatever it was, will be somewhere underneath a great deal of cumulative paint. You will probably forget something in the next few hours that you had fully intended to remember. A small thing, a name, a task, the thread of a thought you were about to complete. It will happen without fanfare, without any sense of drama, without the kind of dramatic mechanism the previous part of this account has been describing. You will be walking from one room into another, or you will be halfway through a sentence, or you will be reaching for your phone, and the thing you meant to hold on to will quietly fail to be there anymore. You will feel for a second the small familiar sensation of having lost the thread, and then you will move on. Within a minute, the loss itself will be forgotten, and you will be doing whatever it is you had moved on to doing. This is the form of forgetting that makes up most of your life. It is the form of forgetting that almost no neuroscience documentary spends much time on, because it is not dramatic and does not arrive with a named syndrome or a spectacular laboratory finding. It is the background hum of ordinary mental housekeeping, and it has its own biology, which is worth looking at carefully before this account moves into the places where the system breaks down. The everyday phenomenon that memory researchers refer to, informally, as the doorway effect is a useful place to start, because it is one of the most common forms of small loss, and it is one of the most clearly understood. You are sitting in one room. You stand up with the intention of going into the kitchen to get a particular object, a glass of water, a book, your keys. You cross the threshold into the kitchen, and the moment your feet carry you past the doorframe, the intention evaporates. You find yourself standing in the middle of the room, looking around, unable to remember what you came for. The item is close enough to your face that you could almost reach out and touch the gap where it used to be in your mind. But it is gone, and for a few seconds you cannot retrieve it. Then, often, you go back into the first room, stand where you were standing before, and the intention returns. Or you give up, laugh at yourself a little, and do something else. The mechanism that produces this has been characterized by a psychologist named Gabriel Radvansky, whose research on what he calls event segmentation has accumulated across a long series of papers since the late 2000s. The finding is that the brain treats crossing a physical boundary, a doorway, or sometimes a conceptual transition like finishing one task and starting another, as a kind of break between units of experience. The passage from one room to another is registered at the cognitive level as the end of one scene and the beginning of the next. Memories that belong to the previous scene become, briefly, less accessible because the retrieval cues that would ordinarily pull them up are associated with the context you just left. You have not lost the memory. You have walked out of the room where the memory was being held, and the new room does not have the cues that would let you reach it. Return to the old room and the cues return, and the memory comes back. This is not a bug in the system. It is the system working correctly. The brain has a finite amount of attentional and working memory capacity, and it has to manage that capacity by deciding which intentions and which pieces of working context to keep active at any given moment. When you cross a threshold, the previous context is quietly released to make room for whatever the new context will require. The release is usually invisible because you do not ordinarily carry intentions across thresholds in a way that makes the release observable. The doorway effect is noticeable specifically because in those moments, you were carrying an intention from the old room into the new one, and the release dropped the intention before you had a chance to use it. I want to offer a clinical analogy here because the image makes the underlying biology easier to hold. Think of your memory system as a small office with an overworked secretary, a large archive, and a limited amount of desk space. Every day, the secretary receives an enormous volume of documents. Everything you experience, everything you hear, everything you think. Most of those documents will never be consulted again. Some will be needed later today, A small fraction will be needed for the rest of your life. The secretary cannot keep all of them on the desk because the desk is small, and she cannot file all of them in the main archive because the main archive has limits too and filing is expensive. Her job is to make continuous judgments about which documents go where. The most important ones, the ones with high emotional charge, the ones that repeat, the ones that connect to many other documents already filed, go into the permanent archive and are indexed with care. The medium priority ones go into a holding area where they will sit for a few days before the secretary decides whether to file them permanently or let them dissolve. The low priority ones, the background conversations of the day, the small details of passing scenes, the content of an article you skimmed on your phone, are allowed to fall away quietly without ever being filed, because the cost of filing them would exceed their likely future value. This is, in its rough outline, what your hippocampus and its associated cortical networks are doing for you continuously. The secretary is not a single brain region, but a distributed set of processes, and the decisions she makes are not conscious judgments but biological operations that depend on factors like how much attention you were paying, how emotionally charged the experience was, how well it connected to what you already knew. But the function is what I just described. Continuous, background, mostly invisible, staggeringly important. When it is running properly, you have the experience of a mind that remembers what matters and lets the rest dissolve, which is precisely the experience most people have, most of the time, without ever thinking about what system is producing it. Now, there is something about the office analogy that I want to be honest about, because analogies in neuroscience are useful up to a point and misleading past that point. The secretary, in the analogy, sounds like an agent. She sounds like someone making judgments on your behalf, with something like your interests in mind. The neural processes that actually do this work are not agents. They do not have interests. They follow biological rules that evolved across hundreds of millions of years to produce outcomes that were, on average, adaptive for organisms in ancestral environments. Those rules are often well tuned to your own situation, but not always. Sometimes they weaken a memory you would have preferred to keep. Sometimes they preserve a memory you would have preferred to lose. The match between what the system decides to do and what you, as the person living inside the system, would have chosen is approximate rather than perfect. Most of the time, the match is close enough that you do not notice the gap. Occasionally, the gap becomes visible, the embarrassing moment from 7th grade that returns, uninvited, at 3 in the morning. The name of the book you were certain you would remember and cannot now locate. The face of someone you once loved, which has drifted into a blur you can no longer sharpen. Those moments of visible gap are reminders that the system is not in your service in any direct sense. It is a biological machine running rules. The rules happen, most of the time, to be good for you. There is a kind of quiet peace that becomes available once this is fully accepted. The everyday small losses, the name you couldn't recall, the thread you dropped, the room you walked into and then forgot your purpose in, are not failures of character. They are not signs of declining faculties. They are not, for most people most of the time, anything worth worrying about. They are the sound the system makes when it is working correctly. A brain that did not produce doorway effects, that did not drop the thread of an occasional intention, that did not occasionally lose a name under the tip of the tongue, would be a brain whose capacity management systems were malfunctioning in the other direction, retaining too much, filtering too little, failing to release what needed to be released so that the next moment could be taken in. The small losses are not the system breaking, they are the system breathing. This has implications for the industry that has grown up around the promise of improving memory. Books, applications, supplements, courses, brain training regimens. Collectively, $1 billion business premised on the assumption that more memory is better, that forgetting is a problem to be solved, that the ordinary small losses of the day are deficits to be corrected. Some of what this industry sells has modest real effects, spaced repetition for learning explicit material you want to retain actually works. Working memory training in some forms produces small, durable improvements. These are genuine findings, and I do not want to be dismissive of them. But the implicit framing that runs through most of the industry's marketing, that your everyday forgetting is a personal failure, that you should be working to minimize it, that a better version of you would remember more, is not supported by the science. The rare people who really do remember more across whole days and years of their lives are not the success stories of memory improvement. They are Jill Price and the others described earlier in this account, and most of them are exhausted by what they have. A mind that lets go well is not a worse mind. It is, by any reasonable measure, a healthier one. There is a question here that the science has not fully answered and that I think is worth naming rather than glossing over. How much forgetting is the right amount? There is no scientific baseline for this. Clinicians know what too much forgetting looks like, because too much forgetting is the definition of several named diseases: Alzheimer's, vascular dementia, certain forms of traumatic brain injury, and the progression of those diseases can be measured and compared against population norms. But population norms are derived from whoever happens to be in the population, and they tell us about the distribution of forgetting rather than about what the optimal amount would be for any individual. Whether your forgetting is normal for your age and your circumstances can be estimated more or less by a neuropsychologist with the right testing materials. Whether your forgetting is the amount that is best for you, specifically given the life you are trying to live, this is not a question the science can answer, because it is not quite a scientific question. It is a question about how much continuity with your own past you need in order to be the person you want to be, and different people will answer it differently. And the field has, for the most part, wisely declined to prescribe. What the field can say is that your forgetting, whatever its exact rate, is doing the work that makes your ongoing attention possible. Right now, in these minutes, the small details of this chapter are already beginning to fall away from the active part of your mind. By the time I finish this sentence, you will probably not be able to recite the opening paragraph of this chapter in any detail. You will retain something: the sense of the chapter, an image or two, the general direction of the argument. But the specific words and the specific sequence will be gone or going, and that is exactly what is supposed to happen. You do not need the specific words. You need the gist, and you need room to take in whatever you will encounter next. The release of the specifics is what gives you the room. The releasing is what the system is for. Right now, as you listen, that release is happening. It has been happening all afternoon, all evening, all day. It will continue through the night, in a different form and at a different pace, while you sleep. By tomorrow, most of today will have settled into the kind of gist-level memory that constitutes ordinary autobiographical continuity. You will remember that you listened to something about memory. You will remember some of the images or names, and you will not remember the precise phrasing of any of it, and you will not mind. You will wake up into your life as you always wake up into your life, slightly lighter than you went to bed, and the slight lightness will feel like nothing in particular, and it will be the nothing in particular that makes the rest of the morning possible. How old is the ability to forget? The question sounds like it should have a simple answer, because forgetting feels, from inside a human life, like something so basic that it must be nearly universal in the animal kingdom. Every creature that learns must also presumably lose what it has learned, or else its memory would eventually saturate and the capacity for further learning would end. This is a reasonable intuition, and it turns out to be correct. But the precise answer to the question is stranger and more specific than the intuition suggests. Active forgetting, the biological process of selectively removing or weakening stored information, is not merely as old as learning. It is almost certainly older than vertebrates, older than the split between invertebrates and vertebrates, older than the common ancestor of insects and mammals. the cellular machinery that your brain is using tonight to decide which of today's experiences to let go of is, in its deepest outlines, the same machinery that a fruit fly would be using in its tiny brain if you captured one now and watched what happened in its neural circuitry after a day of learning. The architecture is shared. The evolutionary history is long enough that most of the other features of your nervous system are newer than the part that does the forgetting. The fruit fly deserves a paragraph of its own in this account, because the fruit fly is where a great deal of the active forgetting research has been done, and where some of the molecular mechanisms were first identified. A laboratory named for Ronald Davis at the Scripps Research Institute in Florida has spent 2 decades identifying the specific genetic and biochemical pathways by which the tiny brain of Drosophila melanogaster performs its nightly editing. The work is technically demanding. Fruit flies have brains containing roughly 100,000 neurons, which sounds small but is large enough to support complex learning, and the flies reliably form memories that can be tracked and manipulated across hours or days. What Davis and his colleagues found through a long series of experiments stretching back to the 2000s is that active forgetting in Drosophila is controlled by a signaling system centered on a molecule called RAC1, which is a small GTPase involved in cytoskeletal regulation. When RAC1 activity is blocked in the specific neurons responsible for memory storage, the fly's memories do not decay at the ordinary rate, they persist. Block RAC1 in the right cells, and a fly that would normally forget a learned aversion within a day still remembers it 3 days later. The forgetting is not a passive decay. It is a chemical operation that the fly's brain is actively performing, and the operation can be switched off. And when it is switched off, the fly keeps its memories longer. This matters far beyond the fly. RAC1 is an evolutionarily conserved molecule. It exists in nearly identical form in nematode worms, in fish, in mice, in humans. The pathway Davis's group identified in the fruit fly has been shown in subsequent work to operate in rodent memory systems with recognizable similarity. The cellular mechanism by which your brain is removing synaptic strength from connections it has decided are not worth keeping involves proteins whose ancestors were doing the same job in the brains of creatures that diverged from your evolutionary lineage somewhere around 550 million years ago. The Cambrian period. The era when the first animals with recognizable bilateral symmetry and simple centralized nervous systems were appearing in the fossil record. The mechanism is that old, or rather, it is at least that old. The actual origin may be considerably earlier, in animals whose nervous systems were simpler still and whose fossil record is too faint to be sure about. What this tells us, indirectly but clearly, is that forgetting has been under positive selection for a very long time. It is not a byproduct of memory. It is a function that evolution has specifically maintained, refined, and conserved across nearly every animal lineage that has ever existed with a brain complex enough to need one. The evolutionary argument here is worth stating plainly. If forgetting were simply a failure mode of the memory system, something the system tolerates but would be better off without, then across 500 million years of selection pressure on nervous systems, you would expect to see lineages emerging in which forgetting had been reduced or eliminated. You do not see that. Every lineage studied forgets, and the mechanisms by which they forget are homologous across the animal kingdom, which means the shared ancestor had them too, which means active forgetting was present and valuable at the very dawn of complex nervous systems, and has remained present and valuable through every branching since. Why? What is the function that has kept this machinery in place for 500 million years? Here is where I have to be honest about the state of the field, because several hypotheses have been proposed. Each of them has experimental support, and no single one of them has emerged as the definitive answer. I am going to describe the main ones because I think the honest picture involves holding them in mind together rather than picking one. The first hypothesis is noise reduction. Any memory system that stores too much experience becomes noisy. because the relevant signal in any given moment gets drowned out by the accumulated background of irrelevant material. A brain that remembered every leaf of every tree it had ever seen would, when faced with a new tree, have trouble extracting anything useful from the encounter, because the memory system would be returning thousands of slightly different leaves rather than a clean signal about what this particular tree was or did. Forgetting, on this view, is the biological equivalent of a low-pass filter. It removes the fine-grained detail that would clutter future processing and lets the broader patterns through. Shereshevsky's inability to think abstractly, which I described earlier in this account, is consistent with this hypothesis. A brain that cannot forget the specifics cannot build the generalizations, because the specifics drown the generalizations out. The second hypothesis is that forgetting is the engine of generalization itself. This is subtly different from noise reduction, and the difference is worth noticing. Noise reduction says forgetting clears out clutter so that clean signals can be extracted. Generalization says forgetting is what creates abstraction in the first place. That a concept like tree exists in your mind because the specific trees you have encountered have been sufficiently blurred together to produce an averaged shape that no single tree perfectly matched. On this view, forgetting is not just the removal of irrelevant detail, it is the positive act of pattern formation. Your brain is building its categories by allowing the specifics to dissolve, and the dissolving is the construction. Without it, there would be no categories, only instances. The third hypothesis is about emotional regulation. Across a lifetime, every organism accumulates some number of experiences that are painful to retain in full vividness: threats survived, injuries endured, losses suffered. An organism that preserved the full emotional force of every such experience indefinitely would be progressively impaired in its ability to function, because the cumulative emotional load would eventually become overwhelming. Forgetting, in the sense of the gradual softening of emotional memories over time, has been proposed as an adaptation for mental continuity under the pressure of accumulated experience. On this view, the selection pressure that maintained active forgetting was, at least in part, the need to keep organisms functional despite the unavoidable accumulation of bad memories, and the evidence from PTSD, a condition in which this softening mechanism appears to be impaired, is consistent with the idea that the softening is normally doing important work. The fourth hypothesis is metabolic. Maintaining strong synapses is expensive. Brains already consume a disproportionate share of an organism's energy budget, and a brain that continuously strengthened connections without a mechanism for weakening them would require ever-increasing metabolic supply. Forgetting, on this view, is the price-cutting operation that keeps the energy budget sustainable. Selection would favor forgetting because organisms with efficient forgetting mechanisms could afford the cognitive flexibility of continued learning, while organisms without them would either saturate their memory systems or starve their brains, or both. There are other hypotheses: interference minimization, computational flexibility, the avoidance of maladaptive generalization from rare events. But these four are the most prominent in the current literature, and they are probably the ones most worth naming. What I want to say clearly is that none of these is false. Each of them is supported by some experimental evidence. Each of them plausibly contributes to the total selection pressure that has maintained active forgetting across evolutionary time. And the most likely truth is that forgetting does all of these things at once, to varying degrees in different species and different contexts, and that the system has been conserved not because of any single function, but because of the combined weight of several functions that all benefit from the same underlying machinery. A mechanism that does four useful things simultaneously is more selectively advantageous than a mechanism that does one, which is probably why active forgetting has the deep evolutionary history it has. The honest state of the science is that we know forgetting is adaptive, we know it is old, and we know it does multiple jobs. What remains unsettled is which of those jobs was the original function and which ones were added later. and how much the relative importance of each function varies across species and across stages of life and across the changing ecological conditions under which the nervous system evolves. These questions may be answerable in principle. In practice, working out the historical sequence of evolutionary pressures that shaped a mechanism present in every living animal is a project that may not be fully completable, because the record of the sequence is not preserved anywhere we can examine it. What we have is the current state of the system across the species where we can study it, and the pattern of shared machinery that tells us the system is old. The rest is informed inference. There is something worth pausing on here because it shifts the way the previous chapters of this account should be understood. The specific mechanisms this script has described, the prefrontal suppression system that Anderson documented, the silent engrams that Tonegawa's laboratory identified, the microglial pruning that Ryan and Stewart's work is beginning to implicate, the synaptic down selection that Tononi proposed, the reconsolidation windows that Nader identified, are not separate systems for forgetting that evolved independently in humans. They are the human-specific expressions of a much older, more basic set of cellular operations that have been present in animal nervous systems since somewhere around the Cambrian. Every specific finding in this account is a late chapter in a very old story. The fruit fly is using rack 1 tonight to let go of whatever it learned today. Your brain is doing something recognizably similar, with mechanisms that share molecular ancestry with the fly's mechanisms, through anatomical structures that are considerably more elaborate than the fly has, but that are performing what is, at root, the same operation. The operation is older than the house of its current performance. The house has been rebuilt many times. The operation persists. This is not, I think, a coldly mechanistic observation. It is an observation about how deeply the thing you are doing right now, as you release the details of this audio to whatever fate your brain has chosen for them, is rooted in the history of all nervous systems. The letting go is not a peculiarly human struggle. It is a process your lineage has been performing, without interruption, for longer than your lineage has had eyes, or hands, or a spine, or a brain recognizable as such. You are the inheritor of 500 million years of uninterrupted letting go, performed every night, in every brain of your ancestors, without fail, through every step of the long process by which they became you. What do you suppose your brain is going to release tonight that none of your waking self would have chosen to release? What pieces of today that you would have judged valuable if you had been asked in the afternoon are going to be quietly classified as unworth the cost and allowed to fade by morning? You do not know. You will not know tomorrow either, because the release, when it happens, will leave no trace that you can detect, only the absence of what was there. And that absence will not announce itself. The deciding is not yours. It never was. The deciding belongs to the oldest operation your body knows how to perform, and tonight it will perform the operation on you, the way it has performed it on every member of your species since there was a species, and on every organism in your ancestry going back through shapes your waking mind has no way to imagine. You will wake tomorrow having lost things, and you will not be able to name them, and the naming would not help if you could, because the losses will already have been made by the deepest and most continuous of the processes that constitute what it means to be alive. The questions of what happens when this ancient system goes wrong, when it over-releases or under-releases or releases in the wrong direction, belong to a different terrain, where the diseases of memory live and where the ordinary grace of daily forgetting collapses into something that families can no longer recognize as the person they once knew. Henry Molaison was 27 years old in the summer of 1953 when a surgeon in Hartford, Connecticut, cut into his brain to relieve the epileptic seizures that had been tearing his life apart since adolescence. The operation was experimental. The surgeon, William Scoville, had performed similar procedures on a small number of patients with severe psychiatric illness and had reasoned that the same structures he had targeted in those cases might, if removed, eliminate the seizures Henry had been suffering. What Scoville did, on the 1st of September in 1953, was remove most of the medial temporal lobes on both sides of Henry's brain, including almost all of his hippocampus on each side, and much of the surrounding tissue. The seizures improved dramatically. Henry would never have another major seizure in his life. He would also, for the remaining 55 years of his life, be unable to form almost any new memory lasting longer than a few minutes. Henry Mollison is not the primary subject of this account. He has been the primary subject of other accounts, many of them, because his case transformed neuroscience in ways whose consequences are still being worked through. For the purposes of this particular story, Henry matters as a counterpole. Everything this script has described up to this point has been about the ways a healthy brain lets go of information, the specific operations by which forgetting happens, the active mechanisms that perform it, the evolutionary history that shaped those mechanisms, the ordinary experience of losing small things across a day. Henry occupied the opposite condition. His brain, after the surgery, had lost most of its capacity to hold new information in the first place. The consolidation process that we have been describing, the nightly transfer of recent experience into long-term accessibility, could not happen because the structure that performed the transfer had been removed. What Henry's case showed across the decades that the neuropsychologist Brenda Milner and her students documented his condition was that forgetting and remembering are two sides of a balanced system. You need both. A brain that forgets too much is as disabled as a brain that forgets too little. Henry could not remember where he had eaten lunch. He could not remember that his father had died, and had to be told each time the topic came up, and to grieve again each time as if the death were new. He could not recognize Milner, who worked with him for more than 4 decades, even though she visited him regularly throughout those years. He lived, as one writer later put it, in a permanent present, a state of mind in which the world was reassembled from scratch every few minutes, and in which the self that constituted itself through continuity of memory had, in certain fundamental respects, nowhere to constitute itself from. This account has focused, for many hours now, on the ways healthy forgetting works. Henry Mollison is the reminder of what happens when the other half of the system fails, when the holding function breaks, while the letting go function remains intact, or even operates at an accelerated rate. And he is the first of 3 places this chapter is going to visit, because there are 3 recognizably different ways the system can break, and each of them illuminates, from a different angle, what the ordinary system is ordinarily doing. The second place is the territory of Alzheimer's disease and the other progressive dementias. Alzheimer's is the disease that most people think of first when they think of memory failure. It is also the one that has been most thoroughly transformed in recent decades by exactly the kind of research this script has been describing. The older view of Alzheimer's, which may still be the view that most people carry because it is the one that circulates in ordinary conversation, held that the disease progressively destroyed memories, erasing them in the order they had been encoded, so that the earliest and most deeply consolidated memories survived the longest while recent ones were lost first. The picture was of a kind of controlled demolition, proceeding from the outside in, leaving a smaller and smaller core of preserved autobiography as the disease advanced. The picture is partly right in its gross features. Recent memories are lost earlier than old ones. The pattern of loss does follow, roughly, the reverse order of consolidation. But the mechanism that the older view assumed, that the memories themselves were being erased, has turned out, in light of the Engram research I described earlier, to be at best incomplete and possibly wrong. Work published by Tonegawa's laboratory in 2016 using mouse models of early Alzheimer's disease showed that memories which the mice could no longer access through ordinary behavioral cues could still be retrieved through direct optogenetic stimulation of the cells that had encoded them. The cells were there, the pattern was there. What had degraded was the amplification, the synaptic strength that ordinarily allows a memory pattern to be pulled up by natural retrieval processes. In the early stages of the disease, at least in these animal models, the memories had not been destroyed. They had been rendered silent, in the specific sense I described several chapters ago. Whether this translates to human Alzheimer's, and if so, at what stage and under what conditions, is an open question. Human Alzheimer's is a considerably more complex disease than the mouse models capture. There is substantial cell death in the later stages, accompanied by the accumulation of amyloid plaques and tau tangles, and by a certain point in progression the neurons that encoded the patient's memories are not merely silent, but gone. The mouse findings apply most clearly to the earliest stages, when symptoms are mild and the underlying cells are still largely present. What those findings suggest, and what a great deal of current research is built around, is that there may be a window early in Alzheimer's during which memories that seem to be lost are actually still there, in degraded but recoverable form, and during which interventions targeted at restoring synaptic amplification might allow those memories to be reached again. Whether such interventions can be developed for human patients, and whether they would produce meaningful clinical benefit, is the work of the next decade or two. There is something in this that I want to flag directly, because it connects to the emotional texture of the disease as families actually experience it. When a family member with Alzheimer's in the middle stages of the disease fails to recognize someone they once loved, the instinctive interpretation is that the person they once were is gone, that the failure of recognition means the memory of the loved one has been erased, that there is nothing left to reach. The research suggests this may not be correct. In many cases, particularly earlier in the disease, the memory is still there, in the cells that originally encoded it, but the patient cannot retrieve it through ordinary cues. This does not make the condition less difficult. It does not return the person to the family, but it may change how the failure of recognition is understood. It may mean that moments of unexpected clarity, the surprising lucidity that many family members report, during which a patient briefly recognizes and engages with people and places they had seemed to lose, are not spared remnants of a dying archive. They may be brief, unpredictable successes of an amplification system that has mostly lost its capacity, but occasionally, under the right conditions, still works. The memories are closer than the disease makes them seem. They are just very difficult to reach. The third place is a different kind of breakdown. It operates in the opposite direction. Post-traumatic stress disorder is, in one clinically important sense, the reverse image of Alzheimer's. Where Alzheimer's involves the progressive loss of access to memories the patient would want to retain, PTSD involves the persistent, uncontrollable intrusion of memories the patient would desperately want to release. The traumatic memory, the event itself replayed in flashbacks, nightmares, intrusive images that arise unbidden during ordinary moments of the day, refuses to subside on the timescale that emotional memories ordinarily subside on. The softening that this script described earlier, the gradual loss of emotional charge that allows old pain to become bearable over years, does not happen. The memory remains for months or years after the event, at or near its original intensity. The system that normally performs emotional regulation on memories over time appears to be failing. What the research of the last 2 decades has begun to identify is which system exactly is failing. Michael Anderson's laboratory, working with both trauma-exposed civilian participants and with military personnel diagnosed with PTSD, has shown that the prefrontal suppression mechanism I described in the chapter on active forgetting, the right lateral prefrontal cortex exerting top-down control over hippocampal retrieval, functions measurably less effectively in PTSD patients than in trauma-exposed controls who did not develop the disorder. The patients cannot suppress the intrusive memories, as well as they should be able to. When the memory arises unbidden, and the patient attempts to push it down and return attention to the present, the neural operation that would ordinarily accomplish this runs weaker than it would in a healthy brain. The memory stays. The intrusion continues. The cycle of triggered recall and insufficient suppression repeats, sometimes for years. The implication is that PTSD is, in part, a disease of underfunctioning active forgetting. The healthy brain's ability to suppress unwanted memories, the same ability that Anderson documented in his word pair experiments, the same ability that operates in milder forms in all of us every day, is, in PTSD, compromised. The treatment implications of this reframe are still being worked out, but the reframe itself is already clinically meaningful. PTSD is not a failure of courage, or of character, or of desire to move on. It is, at a neural level, a failure of a specific executive control mechanism whose normal job is to limit the intrusion of the past into the present, and whose failure allows the past to continue to arrive long after it should have receded. I want to offer a clinical analogy here because the three breakdowns I have just described are difficult to hold in mind together otherwise. Think of the forgetting system as something like a weather pattern passing over a garden. In a healthy garden, a steady wind moves through regularly. It takes down the dead leaves and the broken branches. It leaves the flowers and the strong growth standing. It shapes the garden, across seasons, into something that can continue to grow and change and produce new life. The gardener does not notice the wind. The gardener only notices the garden, which looks the way a garden should look. Henry Molaison's garden is the garden in which the wind blows continuously and carries everything off. Nothing can take root, because nothing is allowed to stay. The garden is bare, not because of drought, but because the conditions for accumulation have been removed. Alzheimer's is the storm. The wind has become a force that takes the flowers along with the leaves, that uproots not only the dead growth but the living structures, that leaves behind a garden steadily diminishing toward bareness. And PTSD is the opposite condition. A garden with no wind at all, in the specific sense that certain dead weights, certain fallen trees, certain collapsed structures cannot be cleared. They remain, year after year, occupying space that new growth would need. The garden is not bare, but it is cluttered, and the clutter is not the kind the gardener chose. All three conditions are diseases of the forgetting system. Henry's is the absence of holding. Alzheimer's is the spreading of release beyond what should have been released. PTSD is the failure to release what needed to be released. The healthy system, the ordinary brain, operating in its unremarkable daily rhythm, sits in the middle of these three extremes, doing its work quietly enough that the person in whom it runs does not notice it running. There is something worth saying about this that is easy to miss. When you look at the three conditions together, what becomes visible is that the ordinary functioning of a healthy forgetting system is itself a considerable achievement. The fact that your brain tonight will release the right amount, not too much, not too little, in the right directions and from the right memories, is the result of a biological calibration that is staggeringly complex and that, in any given human, is holding up under considerable pressure. You will probably never notice your forgetting system working well because the experience of its working well is the experience of not noticing anything in particular. You will only notice, if you ever notice, when it starts to fail, and by then the failure will be well along. Most people who listen to this will never experience such a failure. Some will. The statistics on age-related cognitive decline are, after a certain point in the lifespan, not forgiving. But for most of a life, for most people, the system works, and the working is invisible, and the invisibility is exactly what makes the ordinary life possible. Tonight, while you sleep, your system will perform its calibrated operation without your supervision. Tomorrow, you will wake up having lost things, and the losses will not disturb you. because the losses will not present themselves to you as losses. They will present themselves as the ordinary absence of what does not need to be there. The invisible work of a system functioning correctly is indistinguishable from the inside, from nothing happening at all. This is a strange thing to sit with. A system whose success is measured in the absence of any detectable event. A system whose competence consists in not being noticed. A system that maintains, as its signature achievement, your continued ability not to think about it. You are, right now, being held up by a biological apparatus whose effectiveness is precisely the reason you have no sense that it is holding you up. And when, at some hour tonight, the apparatus performs its regular operation on the contents of today, you will not feel it and you will not miss what it takes, and the taking will leave behind a version of you that will, tomorrow, simply continue. The question of whether the version of you that continues is in any meaningful sense the same person as the one who went to sleep is not a question the science has been able to settle. It belongs to a different kind of inquiry. The kind that runs underneath all of the mechanical findings this script has described, and that returns now at the point where the mechanisms have been laid out, and the question of what they add up to can finally be asked. Who are you, exactly, if the biological structure that holds what you call yourself is being quietly rewritten every night while you sleep? The question sounds like it belongs to a different kind of inquiry than the one this script has been performing, and in one obvious sense, it does. It is the kind of question that philosophers have been turning over under various names for as long as there have been philosophers. What makes the question newly interesting, and what makes it belong here rather than in some separate philosophical treatise, is that the last several decades of memory research have begun to put it on a footing it did not previously have. We now know, with considerably more specificity than the older philosophers could have suspected, what the biological substrate of personal continuity actually is. We know it is made of synaptic patterns distributed across the hippocampus and cortex. We know those patterns are pruned, weakened, reconsolidated, and overwritten by a set of continuous biological processes that do not pause and that do not ask permission. We know that the self who goes to sleep at night is, in literal biological terms, not quite the self who wakes up in the morning, because the substrate has been edited overnight by mechanisms we can name and measure, and whose actions are not under anyone's conscious control. The philosophers were asking the question in a kind of darkness. We are still asking it, but the darkness is less complete. The shape of what is doing the rewriting has begun, finally, to become visible, and the visibility changes what the question feels like. William James, whose sentence from 1890 has been running through this account, was the philosopher who perhaps came closest to anticipating what the research would eventually show. He wrote in the Principles of Psychology that the self is not a thing, but a stream, a continuous flow of present moments, each of them giving way to the next, each of them feeling like a self, because the brain constructs a sense of ownership around whatever is happening in it at any given moment. The stream, in James's image, is what experience consists of. What we call the self is the pattern of the stream, not any object flowing inside it. He wrote this without access to any of the neurobiology this script has described. He wrote it on the basis of introspection alone, and on the basis of careful philosophical analysis of what introspection could and could not establish. And the position he arrived at, in the late 19th century, turns out to map reasonably well onto what the 21st century research is now demonstrating at a cellular level. The self is not a stored object. The self is an ongoing process, continuously reconstructed, whose sense of continuity is produced by the process rather than existing independently of it. This is the point at which the cases this script has been describing, the ones from the opening chapters, the ones at the extremes of what a human memory system can be, return with a different weight. Solomon Cherysheevsky could not forget, and because he could not forget, he could not build the abstractions that ordinary thought requires. His sense of self was organized around the overwhelming presence of his own preserved past, and the overwhelm made it hard for him to live forward. Jill Price could not let go of her autobiography, and because she could not let go, every day of her life was lived in the full emotional company of every structurally similar day she had ever lived before. Her sense of self was, by her own description, non-stop and uncontrollable. Henry Molaison could not hold on to new experience, and because he could not hold, he could not accumulate the continuity that ordinarily lets a person locate themselves in their own ongoing life. His sense of self, in the 45th year after his surgery, was constituted by the 1953 version of Henry Molaison, the version that had consolidated before the hippocampus was removed, plus whatever small amount of implicit learning and procedural skill the remaining structures could support. 3 radically different conditions, each of them producing a radically different kind of self. And the rest of us, the listeners of this script, the ordinary adults whose forgetting systems are neither catastrophic nor absent, live between those 3 extremes, in the narrow corridor where the balance of holding and releasing is tuned to something that permits an ongoing sense of being someone in particular. The narrow corridor is where a self is possible. Outside the corridor, in any of the 3 directions the previous chapter described, the thing we call a self begins to unravel. What is unusual about being inside the corridor, what is easy to miss when you are simply living there, which is what most people spend their lives doing, is that the corridor is not a location. It is a process. You are not standing in a stable place whose walls happen to be memory. You are being continuously carried through a process whose continuous operation is what creates the appearance of a stable place. The process runs every night. The process ran last night and the night before and every night of your life. The version of you who is listening now is the output of every one of those previous iterations of the process. And the version of you who will wake up tomorrow will be the output of tonight's iteration, which is about to begin. You have never spent a single night as the same biological configuration you were the night before. You have only ever spent them as the latest revision of an ongoing draft. I want to try something here. I want to ask a question and then sit with it for a moment rather than answering it. If you went to sleep tonight and woke up tomorrow with exactly 1 more day's memories than you had when you lay down, and with exactly some number of yesterday's memories slightly weakened, a name lost, a feeling softened, a conversation's texture become a little less sharp, in what sense is the person who wakes up continuous with the person who went to sleep? In what sense is the answer to that question different from the corresponding question about any 2 consecutive nights across your entire adult life? You have, by now, accumulated something on the order of 20,000 nights like tonight. Each of them has performed its small edit. Each of them has produced an output that was, by the next morning, thoroughly continuous with the previous night's input, in the sense that the waking person recognized themselves in the mirror and picked up their life where they had left it. But over 20,000 iterations, the cumulative distance between the original substrate and the current one is not small. It is large. It is perhaps larger than any single lifetime of change in any non-biological object you can think of. The thing you are, the specific pattern of synaptic connections holding the contents of your autobiography and the shape of your habits and the texture of your thoughts, is not the thing you were at 20 or at 30 or at 10. It has been rebuilt layer by layer through a process that did not consult you and that did not preserve any unchanging core through which the earlier versions of you could have reached forward to meet the current one. There is an old thought experiment called the Ship of Theseus that asks whether a ship whose planks have all been gradually replaced over years is still the same ship it was when it set sail. Philosophers have argued about it for 2,000 years without arriving at a settled answer, because the answer depends on what you mean by same, and there is not a single thing that everyone means when they use the word. What the memory research has begun to show, I think, is that your brain is not like a ship whose planks have been replaced. It is like a ship that is, every night, being dismantled and rebuilt by the same crew, which is itself being gradually replaced by new members, using some of the original wood and some of the wood from yesterday's rebuilding and some new wood that was added in the afternoon. The dismantling and the rebuilding are not separate events. They are the operation of the ship. The ship is not a thing that happens to be dismantled and rebuilt. The ship is the continuous dismantling and rebuilding, and any attempt to locate the ship as a stable object separate from this process is an attempt to locate something that does not exist. And yet, in spite of all of this, there is a sense in which you are still the same person you were yesterday. You wake up, and you know your name. You recognize the room. You remember, in its gist, what you did yesterday, and what you have been planning for today. The sense of continuity is not an illusion in the dismissive sense of the word. It is a real feature of the output of the system. The system is designed, by evolution, to produce a strong subjective sense of continuity, even though the substrate is not continuous in the way the sense implies. The illusion, if that is even the right word for it, is not a mistake. It is a product. And it is a product of the same biological machinery that has been the subject of this entire account, the selective preservation of the most important patterns, the weakening of the rest, the nightly reconsolidation that makes the preservation possible in the first place. I want to sit with this because I do not want to overstate it. It is not the case, from the research, that your sense of self is a fiction. It is the case that your sense of self is a construction maintained moment by an ongoing biological process. The construction is largely successful most of the time for most people. It produces a coherent and stable experience of personhood across days and years and decades. It does this through the selective preservation of the memories and dispositions that, in the aggregate, constitute your ongoing character. The fact that the preservation is selective and that many other memories are continuously being released to make the preservation sustainable does not diminish the reality of what is preserved. It is the condition of the preservation. You are the pattern that has survived tonight's editing and every night's editing before it, and the survival is not accidental. The system has been tuning itself to keep the important parts of you on a schedule calibrated over hundreds of millions of years of selection pressure. What it keeps is, to a reasonable first approximation, you. There is a quieter version of this thought that I find more useful in ordinary life than the vertiginous version. The quieter version is that the things you have been most worried about losing over the years, the specific details of childhood, the faces of people who are no longer in your life, the precise texture of places you once lived, have for the most part either been preserved because they mattered enough to the system to preserve, or released because they did not. You do not have to do the preserving. The system is doing it for you. Your job from the inside is to live the life you are living, and to trust that whatever survives the nightly editing was judged by the oldest operation of your biology to be worth surviving. The judgment is not infallible. Sometimes the system loses things you would have kept. Sometimes it preserves things you would have released. But the overall pattern, the ongoing shape of what you remember and who you have become, is the result of a process that has been shaping organisms like you for a very long time. And the process is, on average, more trustworthy than any conscious attempt to override it would be. You are the self that has forgotten what was not essential to being you. You are also the self that has retained what was. The fact that the essentiality was determined by biological processes rather than by conscious choice does not make the retention less meaningful. It is simply how selves of this kind get made. Tonight, as you sleep, the ongoing construction will continue. The cells that do the building will not consult you because they have never consulted you, and because they have been good enough at their work across a very long history that the consultation was never needed. The person who wakes up tomorrow will be someone you recognize, in the mirror, in their habits, in the continuity of their inner voice. and also someone slightly different from the person who went to sleep. The difference will be small enough that it will not register. It is always small enough that it does not register. That is the signature of the process working correctly. The details of what survives tonight's work and the details of what does not are not yet known. You will find out tomorrow, in the small moments of the ordinary day, what has been preserved and what has quietly gone. Some of the losses will be conspicuous, a name not quite reachable, an intention slightly blurred, a scene from today whose edges have softened more than you would have expected. Most of the losses will not be conspicuous. They will be the losses that the system determined, by its own ancient criteria, were not worth your noticing. And because they are not worth your noticing, you will not notice them, and you will go on with your life as the self that those specific losses have helped to make possible. The self you are tomorrow morning will be constituted, in part, by what your brain chose to release tonight. The releasing and the constituting are one operation, not two. This is what it means, in the deepest biological sense, to be someone who is still alive. Right now, at this moment, while these words are reaching you, your hippocampus is already making tonight's choices. Some of what I have said in the last 2 hours is being tagged for long-term accessibility. Some is being quietly passed over. The tagging and the passing over are not happening to some hypothetical listener who exists in the future. They are happening in you at the pace of my voice, at the same speed as the air moving in and out of your chest. By the time I finish this sentence, the specific wording of the sentence before it will already be slightly less available to you than it was while I was saying it. By the time you fall asleep, most of the specific wording of this entire audio will be gone. This is not a prediction about tomorrow. This is a description of what is happening right now. I want to stop for a moment and say something about the list of names and findings that has run through these chapters. There have been many of them. Chereshevsky in Moscow, writing on paper that he would burn in the hope of forgetting. Jill Price sending the email from California. Hermann Ebbinghaus alone in his Berlin room with a metronome and 2,000 nonsense syllables. John McGeoch and Benton Underwood arguing across decades about what was actually causing the shape of Ebbinghaus's curve. Michael Anderson and Colin Green putting red and green borders around word pairs in a Cambridge laboratory. Susumu Tonegawa's group at MIT, switching on memories with blue light. Thomas Ryan, first with engram cells and then with microglia, working across continents and across a decade on the question of whether forgetting is active. Giulio Tononi and Chiara Sorelli at the University of Wisconsin, proposing that sleep is what plasticity costs. Karim Nader and Joseph Ledoux at New York University, showing that every memory becomes temporarily unstable each time it is retrieved. Elizabeth Loftus and Jacqueline Pickrell documenting that an entire childhood event could be installed in an adult mind. Henry Molaison, whose brain, after a surgery in 1953, became the single most studied human nervous system in the history of neuroscience. Gillian Murphy in Dublin, replicating Loftus 3 decades later with 5 times the sample size. Erica Stewart at Trinity College, showing that immune cells are part of what shapes the memory of infancy. Almost none of these names will be with you tomorrow. Some of the images might remain. The paper curling in the flame, perhaps. The blue light in the mouse's chamber. The elderly woman in the flannel shirt who was never there. The shape of Ebbinghaus's curve, or the thought of a Dutch graduate student spending 70 hours in the early 2010s reproducing it. Maybe 1 or 2 of these, not as clear facts, but as faint remnants, will surface in your mind sometime in the next few weeks, in contexts that have nothing to do with forgetting. Most of what I have said will not. This is not a failure of the script, and it is not a failure of your attention. It is the ordinary operation of the system this entire script has been describing, performing itself on the script itself in real time as the script itself predicts it will. There is something appropriate about this, in a way that I have been turning over as I have been speaking. A script about forgetting cannot hope to be remembered in detail. If it were, if the specific words and the specific sequence were preserved intact in every listener's mind, resistant to the ordinary processes of release, then something would be wrong with the listener in exactly the way that something was wrong with Shereshevsky and with Price, for whom the ordinary operation had failed. The fact that you will forget most of this audio is not a sign that the audio was poorly made. It is evidence that your mind is working as it was designed to work. The audio's job was not to leave an undissolving record in you. The audio's job was to let you sit for a little while, with a way of thinking about your own mind, and then to be released, the way most of what you encounter is released, back into the quiet. Whatever remains, the gist, the mood, the faint sense of having spent some time inside an idea, is what the system judged worth keeping. The judgment will be made tonight. You will not be consulted. You are already not being consulted. I want to tell you something honestly, which is that I do not know and cannot predict what will survive in you. The research can describe the general shape of what tends to survive: emotionally resonant material, repeated material, material connected to things you already knew. It cannot tell me, for you specifically, which sentence will land and which will fade. It cannot tell me whether you will remember a name or an image or an argument or none of the above. The selection is going to be made by cellular processes inside your skull, whose criteria are not fully understood even by the researchers whose names I just listed. What tomorrow brings, from tonight's sorting, will be something I cannot know and you cannot know. We will both find out only in the small moments of the coming days, when a fragment of this returns or fails to return in some ordinary situation, and you realize which of the pieces was kept. There is a question that has been running underneath all of this, which I have not yet asked directly, and which I want to ask now before the script ends. What if you had known, at the start of this evening, which pieces of today would survive the night? Which conversations, which thoughts, which small moments you are living through right now would be preserved into next week and next year, and which would be released by morning? Would it have changed how you spent the day? Would you have held certain moments more carefully? Would you have relaxed your grip on others? Would you have tried to save what the system is going to release? Or would you have trusted that the system knows what is worth saving better than your conscious self does? The question has no practical answer, because you cannot know in advance. The selection happens at night, and it happens without warning. And by the time you notice that something is missing, it is already missing. But the question is still worth asking, because the answer tells you something about how you actually relate to your own forgetting. Most people, pressed on this, will say they would have tried to save more than the system is going to save. Most people, when they think about it carefully, will also recognize that trying to save more is what Shereshevsky and Price were, in effect, biologically doing, and that the attempt was not a gift. It was a burden. What you have, and what they did not have, is a system that lets things go at roughly the rate at which it is sustainable to let things go. The rate is not yours to set. It was set long before you were born. Tonight, the rate will apply itself to the contents of today. I have described in these chapters the specific mechanisms by which the application will happen. The slow wave sleep that dominates the first hours of the night, during which the synaptic downselection will run. The REM periods that cycle through, during which emotional material will be processed. The microglial cells that will continue their quiet work on the synaptic structure of your hippocampus and cortex. The prefrontal suppression that will keep running, in reduced form, even during sleep. The reconsolidation that will occur for any memory that happened to be active when it was pulled up today. All of these processes are about to operate on the day you have just lived. They will operate together on a schedule that your body has followed for as long as you have had a body, and they will produce by morning an edited version of today that will be everything tomorrow has to work with. I do not know what will be released tonight, and neither do you. The uncertainty is, if you sit with it, a strange kind of peace. What will be gone tomorrow is, by definition, what was not important enough to keep. This is not a perfect definition. The system makes mistakes. Sometimes important things are lost. Sometimes trivia persists. But in its overall pattern, the definition is serviceable. The material that fades is the material the system judged serviceable to fade. You do not have to grieve it. You do not have to try to hold on to it. The holding will happen for what needs to be held. The letting go will happen for the rest. Your job right now, as you listen to this last stretch of audio, is very small. Your job is to let it happen. Your job is to stop trying to preserve the specific words, or to memorize the specific findings, or to hold on to the details of any particular case. Your job is to be here, listening, while the system does its work. The work is happening. The release is happening. By morning, the version of you who wakes up will be carrying whatever the system decided should be carried, and nothing else. And the carrying will be enough. It has always been enough. It will be enough tomorrow. Somewhere in your hippocampus, right now, a set of tagging decisions is being made about this exact moment. The sound of my voice, the position you are in, the feeling of your eyelids, the ambient noise of wherever you are, all of it is being evaluated, briefly, for what to retain and what to drop. You will not know the outcome of the evaluation. You will simply wake up tomorrow, and today will be a slightly smaller thing than it was when you lived it, and the smaller thing will be what remains. This is as it should be. This is as it has always been. The night is going to do what the night does, and by morning the work will be done, and you will be, once again, the latest draft of yourself. There is one thing left to say before the script ends and before the slow tide of sleep begins to cover the day. It has to do with the meaning of all of this, with what the mechanisms this account has described actually add up to when they are held together and looked at as one system rather than as a collection of separate findings. The mechanisms have been the story so far. What they mean is a different kind of question, and it belongs, as the last of this audio's ideas, to the closing of the night. The mechanisms have been laid out, the research has been named, the cases have returned, the timelines have been drawn, the molecular pathways and the prefrontal circuits and the immune cells and the consolidation windows have each been given their place in the account. What remains is the question that these pieces were always leading toward, and that none of them, taken individually, can answer. The question is what all of this is actually for. What the forgetting system is doing, when it is considered as one system rather than as a list of separable findings. What the nightly operation that is now, as you listen, beginning to organize itself inside your skull is, in its essential character, trying to accomplish. The usual way of framing the question is to ask what forgetting is for, as though the act of releasing information were a distinct biological function performed by the brain alongside other functions, the way digestion is a function, or respiration, or the circulation of blood. And this framing, while not exactly wrong, misses something important about what the research of the last 140 years has actually shown. Forgetting is not, in the end, a function the brain performs. Forgetting is the shape that cognition takes in any biological system that continues to learn. It is what memory looks like when memory is working. The two are not separate activities that happen to coexist. They are two descriptions of the same underlying process viewed from different angles, and neither description makes complete sense without the other. Consider what a brain would have to be in order to not forget. It would have to preserve every synaptic change that every experience produced indefinitely at full strength, without any mechanism for reversion. It would have to find metabolic supply for an ever-growing number of strengthened connections, without ever reaching the point where the supply ran out. It would have to avoid the signal-to-noise collapse that Cheryshev and Funes and Price, each in their own way, have demonstrated is what happens when too much is retained. It would have to maintain the ability to form new categories, even as the specifics of every prior experience refused to blur. It would have to let a person who had suffered, at any point in their life, continue to function after the suffering, without the emotional charge of the suffering softening over time. These requirements are mutually incompatible. A brain that satisfied all of them is not a biologically possible brain. The only way to have a mind that continues to learn across a lifetime is to have a mind that continues to forget. The forgetting is not something added to the memory. It is the condition under which the memory can exist at all. This is a reframe that takes some time to absorb, because it runs against the direction that ordinary thinking about memory goes. Ordinary thinking treats memory as the primary activity and forgetting as the failure of it, the gaps, the holes, the places where the memory did not hold. What the research has been establishing, slowly and across many independent lines of evidence, is that the relationship is the other way around. The brain is not a system that is designed to remember and that sometimes, regrettably, fails. The brain is a system that is designed to operate on information in a continuous way, selecting, preserving, releasing, reconsolidating, suppressing, and overwriting, according to a set of criteria that have been refined across 500 million years of evolutionary tuning. What we call memory is the visible output of this selection process. What we call forgetting is what the selection process is, from the perspective of what gets released. Both are the same operation, viewed from opposite ends. Every researcher this script has named was, in different ways, documenting this. Ebbinghaus, in his Berlin room, was measuring not how quickly memory decays, but how steeply the selection process moves in its earliest hours. McGeoch and Underwood were tracing the competition between memories for the same retrieval cues, the mechanism by which the selection gets made. Anderson in Cambridge was identifying the conscious, top-down extension of the same selection process in the prefrontal circuit that can turn a memory's volume down on deliberate command. Tonegawa's laboratory at MIT was showing that the memories judged unworthy of retrieval are not always destroyed, that some of them are held in silence behind a wall of reduced amplification. The selection, in other words, is gradient rather than binary. Ryan and Stewart in Dublin were beginning to identify the cellular operators of the selection in the earliest years of life, when the most dramatic pruning shapes the substrate of a self that does not yet know it is being made. Tononi and Cirelli in Wisconsin were placing the whole operation inside the nightly rhythm of slow-wave sleep, the specific biological window during which most of the work happens. Nader and Ledoux at NYU were showing that the selection continues to operate even on memories that were previously judged worth keeping, that every retrieval opens a new window for revision, that the archive is never closed. Loftus and Pickrell and Murphy were documenting that the selection is not infallible, that material which did not come from experience can be absorbed and treated as though it did. Each of these researchers was looking at a different facet of a single process. The process is selection under continuous pressure, performed by biological systems that have been tuned to do it, operating below conscious access, and producing as their output the particular pattern of preserved and released content that constitutes who a person is at any given moment. This is what the forgetting system is doing. It is making the selection that is you. The cases at the extremes of the script's range, Cheryshev, Price, Molaison, are the places where the selection process goes wrong in one of three directions. Cheryshevsky's selection kept too much, and the retention burdened thought. Price's selection could not release the emotional charge, and the charge burdened life. Molaison's selection could not hold new material at all because the structure that performed the selection had been removed. Between these three poles, the ordinary listener sits in a condition where the selection works, where what is kept is, on average, useful, and where what is released is, on average, disposable, and where the balance of the two produces the particular quality of being a recognizable person across a lifetime. The condition is not guaranteed. It is the product of a functioning system. When the system fails, in one of the three directions, or in some combination of them, what fails along with it is the sense of being someone in particular. The self is the output of the selection. When the selection collapses, the output collapses with it. There is a question I want to sit with now, because I have been circling it for 15 chapters and I think it deserves to be asked directly. If the forgetting system is what makes a continuous self possible, and if the system operates primarily during sleep, and if you spend approximately a third of your life inside that system's operating hours, then the life you are living is, in a literal and not merely metaphorical sense, constituted by what happens to you while you are unconscious. The waking hours that you experience as your life, the conversations, the decisions, the feelings, the small accumulating texture of an ordinary day are the raw material that the night works on. What the night keeps is what becomes you. What the night releases is what quietly stops being yours, whether or not you would have chosen to release it. You do not participate in the selection, you are the product of the selection. William James wrote in 1890 that if we could recall everything, we would be as incapacitated as if we could not recall at all. He wrote this from introspection, without any of the neurobiology that has since come into view. What the neurobiology has added to his observation across the intervening century and a third is the specific shape of how the incapacitation would occur, the metabolic collapse, the noise saturation, the impossibility of abstraction, the emotional unbearability, and the specific shape of what the ordinary system does instead. But the observation itself, now that we can see its mechanism, carries a weight James could not have fully intended. The condition of remembering is not merely that we must forget. The condition of being anyone in particular, across time, is that the particular someone is chosen for us, nightly, by a process we cannot witness. The self who wakes up tomorrow is the self that tonight decided to keep. The self who went to sleep tonight is the self that every previous night decided, in its turn, to keep. There has never been a you who was prior to this selection. There has only ever been the you that is, at any given moment, the latest draft. This is not a diminishment. It is not a claim that you are less real than you thought you were. It is the condition under which something as complex as a continuous human self can exist in the first place, and the condition is not a loss. It is the medium through which you have been made, and are being made, and will continue to be made, for as long as your biology continues to perform its ancient nightly operation on the day you have just finished living. Your tomorrow self is not the survivor of tonight. Your tomorrow self is the product of tonight. And the difference between those two framings is, in the end, the whole of what this account has been trying to say. I do not want to go further than that, because the further reaches of the thought belong to a kind of inquiry that is no longer neuroscience, and I have tried throughout this script to mark honestly where the science ends and something else begins. What I will say is that the recognition I have just described, the recognition that the self is the product of the night, not merely the survivor of it, is a recognition that changes, for most people who sit with it for a while, the texture of how ordinary forgetting feels. The small losses of a day stop being evidence of deterioration. They start being evidence of a system doing, very carefully, the work that makes tomorrow possible. The things that slip away stop being failures. They start being what the system, operating correctly, is shaped to release. This is not consolation in the therapeutic sense. It is a different way of seeing what was always happening and what will continue to happen, regardless of whether anyone is seeing it. What happens next is the part of the account I cannot describe, because it is going to happen to you in the next few hours. in a form that is specific to you and that no general account can capture. Somewhere in your hippocampus, tonight, the day you have just lived will be offered to the system. Some of it will be tagged for long-term accessibility. Most of it will be allowed to fade. The microglia will do their quiet work. The prefrontal circuits will hold their suppressions. The synapses that were strengthened during the day will be returned on average toward the baseline that tomorrow's learning will build from. The memories you happen to retrieve will be stabilized in their reconsolidated forms. By morning, today will have been processed by a system that has been performing this exact operation for 500 million years, through every ancestor in your lineage, every night, without interruption, through every step of the long process by which they became you. The processing is about to begin. Let it begin. The day is done. What you experienced is complete. What will be kept of it is already being chosen by a biology that is older than your species, and the choosing will be finished by morning, and tomorrow will start on the ground the choosing leaves behind. You do not have to oversee it. You never did. The system has been running without your supervision for every night of your life, and it will run tonight without your supervision too, and it will deliver you, tomorrow, into the ordinary continuation of who you are, slightly edited, slightly lighter, ready for what comes next. You do not have to remember this. It is all right if most of it is gone by morning. The gist will stay, if any of it stays. The gist is enough. The gist has always been enough. Rest now. The night is here. Let the system do its work. Good night.